There's another. Okay, so now there's cops on that side. They are kind of scared.
She's like, I'm gonna head out.
So they're warning us, but they're not coming here. There's like 4. There's 4 cars right there. There's 2 right there. Should we go left? Should we go left or straight?
Keep going straight.
They're following the law. Let people protest.
So yeah, this is the first morning march I've done, and gotta say, this is definitely something people should do. We need way more bodies. I mean, we have enough, but... Hello. He's on his radio, he's like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I was not trained for this. This wasn't in my manual.
Running boots on, man. If they really jump out the car, that's get away from cops 101.
So yeah, there's like what?
Here, exercise your... It will be unconstitutional. We will release right times later.
Absolutely.
Don't waste your time. There are actual people dying and injustices going on, and you're trying to obstruct our First Amendment right. Oh my God! Wait, you actually move out of the road. You're all about. They're been arresting you so fast.
She's got the municipal code, so yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they apparently threatened people yesterday.
This is the crime of pedestrian interference.
No, it is not.
There's 8 cars following 10 people right now.
The picket or legally protest does not constitute obstruction. It is not obstruction if you're doing this.
These guys have 8 fucking cars blocking the road.
Let's get off the street for a second. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I mean, forever. Okay, so we were just peacefully protesting this very, very small group of people. All of these fucking cop cars, and they're telling us that we do not have the right to exercise our First Amendment rights.
What are you guys protecting?
We are extremely threatening.
What are you guys protecting?
Walking down a sidewalk. How much tax dollars are being... Don't get too close. Why?
As do we.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Can you please put your mask on?
No, you can't. That's not a First Amendment right, baby.
This is the law. This is the law.
That's the law.
No, if we are following the law, what are we doing wrong? Why? This is what the law.
Are you gonna Google it right now?
Literally, why?
On the premise that she would help Charlene and Lyles' family, on the premise she would help the homeless. Has she done any of that? No. Are you proud of your boss? You shouldn't be.
No, you guys don't make the law. You guys just follow. You guys just follow the law.
But you should be following this law.
You guys are not following the law. Read the law. Read it.
You guys don't.
So you're good, right?
So yeah, they got all their people.
Pathetic little sheep. Fucking brainwashed. Brainwashed. Quit your job. Quit your job. Y'all are brainwashed.
There are other cars looking like they're ready to come
Hey, I'm
at
hungry for
people.
some bacon. You guys know we're right. You guys know this is the fucking law. Follow it.
Suckers with badges. You guys got
So yeah, this is... So anyone who was sleeping on the morning marches, please come to the morning marches, because this is...
You care about humanity. Quit your jobs.
They don't care about humanity. They care about property.
Quit your jobs.
They protect property. We protect people. They protect property. We protect people. They protect property.
We protect people.
In those cars. Fuck out of here. Fear mongers.
Can we just get back in the street like 2 blocks from now?
No, literally.
They're just gonna.
Should we go that way?
They're gonna tail us back.
It's a good idea to go that way around there.
Let's go where there's more cars.
There's a nice overpass even.
Well, we're in like a suburban street now.
You protect people. We protect people. We protect people.
They protect property.
Actually, no. Wait, Katie.
They
don't even protect property. They fucking destroy the shop and shit. So what do they protect?
They don't protect shit.
Their property.
Oh yeah, what do they do with property? They throw it in the trash.
Y'all loot, steal.
So yeah, this is another reason we want bikes
Harassment.
and people. Now you guys, now you're just following us. What?
That's a criminal.
What do you want? You don't want us on the street. You don't want us on the sidewalk. Where do you want us?
Even more laws.
I think you guys just want us. Period.
You guys are suckers, bro.
Yeah.
They come in peace. They come with pieces.
We come in peace. You come in pieces. With pieces.
Shit. You come with pieces.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's a good one.
We come in peace.
We don't need you to guide us.
We're adults. We can make it home ourselves.
Are you just doing your job?
We shouldn't say that, technically.
Is all it is?
Maybe. Look, they still got dudes following us. What the hell? There's like 5. They bought what?
The bacon bus.
Oh, they brought their bacon bus in case they want to arrest us.
This is like less. I saw one thing. Okay,
You're
so
breaking the same law that you're trying to erect.
But
You're breaking the same law that you're trying to erect. There's pedestrians behind you. You know that?
Alright, so there are 9 protesters
When the light
here.
turns green, where you guys go?
9 protesters and
When
1.
the light turns green, are you guys going to go?
I protect the West Precinct guy.
3.
Bye-bye.
Let's see if they're going to go.
Police cars.
Turn right at a red light. Turn right at a red light. You guys are so great.
Seattle PD is spending their time like this. 6 police cars and a very old little minibus.
I'm just making sure this person doesn't get arrested.
How many police cars? A little 5. 2.
Here we go again.
4. 5.
This is some shit right here.
9 protesters and 6 police cars. That's amazing. And look at me. I'm a threatening individual, right?
So threatening right now. This is me. So threatening. These are the people the police are out here for. These 8 people without anything.
Correct. They were trying to six of us yesterday.
Isn't there a situation of
Was SPD there to save a life? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know who saves more lives than you? The fire department. We should defund you and abolish you and hire more firemen.
The fire department can't go until we clear it, right?
Man, but they can if we abolish your ass. Sorry, bro. We got ways to deflect that, bro. We don't need you, homie. We don't need you, homie.
Why do you want to be abolished?
Because you guys are abolishing people. How many people have you guys killed? You guys have killed over 1,000 people since your guys' existence.
What our department did?
Huh? You guys even killed my cousin Sean Furr when he was in the corner with no gun and his baby in his hand. You guys are murderers, bro. You guys murder people on a daily fucking basis. Police do. Stop what? No, you stop. Stop harassing us. Now you're breaking the same law that you said that we were.
And you guys aren't even protesting.
And you guys aren't even protesting. You guys aren't even protesting.
There's other
What?
jobs.
Don't matter, bro. Just know that your gang,
Slave patrol.
your gang
Slave patrol.
broke your code and killed my cousin. You're gang. You guys are gang members. You guys all work in uniform. You guys work for a flag, and you guys follow a main command. You guys are gang members. Gang members. You guys are thugs.
Actually,
You guys
no.
run
don't
around
wanna be a
screaming
Nazi,
Blue Lives
quit your
Matter.
job.
Blue lives is a choice. Black lives are not. I can't choose to be black, but you can choose to
Actually-
be blue, dude.
Listen, I think gangs
You
do a little
understand what
more.
I'm saying?
Gangs do more good than
If
these
I was
guys
walking
even.
around with a blue flag, you guys would harass me like a you guys would harass me like a crackhead. You understand what I'm saying? Get the fuck up out of here. You guys are suckers, yo. Oh God. Look at how much weapons you got on you, bro.
Do you know the
For
name
nobody
of
with
the
any
athletic
weapon on them.
dropout?
Look how much weapons
He
you
got
got
shot
on
in
you,
the
bro.
back of the head by
Elijah
SPD.
McCain. Elijah McCain, 86 rounds on him, yo. You guys are murderers, period, bro. You guys body slam.
Bye.
How can you stand next to this guy? How can you sit next to this guy? You guys are smoking women. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are suckers, bro.
Bye.
You can't protect shit. You guys
Bye.
are breaking people's
Oh, you guys brought a kid along for your ride along. That's great. Bye.
Yeah, that's how he was on.
That dude in the front seat looked like a child. Like, it's nice they bring people on ride-alongs for this shit. And now there's one.
Enjoy the society.
Mister, I only protect the West Precinct.
With your phony ass job, enjoying the society. You guys are not a society. You guys are not protecting us. You guys are not
Please
protecting.
don't step out into the roadway. You are subject to arrest.
Really?
Really?
The one that was standing in the lane of travel with the police.
Really?
The right bandana you.
Okay.
Step out of the roadway.
Okay.
You're gonna get arrested.
But wait, if the light turns green,
Wow.
if the light turns green, I'm like legally allowed to be there though.
Lights green. Let's go here.
Light's green.
Please step out of the roadway when it's not safe to be out.
You're gonna arrest me for being on a crosswalk.
You're worried about safety now. Don't body slam people into the concrete, but you're worried about safety. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Defund SPD.
Defund SPD. Defund SPD. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Defund the SPD. Defund the SPD.
Green light.
Black Lives Matter.
Green light.
Black Lives Matter.
Defund the SPD.
Defund SPD.
Defund the SPD.
So now
Defund SPD.
people are out the cars now.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, we're going.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
They got back in their cars now. We can just keep doing the crosswalk game now.
We're doing the crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk
Protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
This happened yesterday too, but not today. We only had 6 people yesterday.
Wow.
It's cool. No.
How many people?
Yesterday.
Well, Katie. Katie.
Aren't there actual crimes you need?
Anyone who wants to be a morning person should definitely come to these. We need way more bodies.
Doesn't even matter if you want to be a morning person.
It's cool, Katie. 80, like 100 something people are seeing this right now. So maybe more people will come.
Hey, hey.
Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! These These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Oh, this is a major news dude. Who is he with? Oh, you're with 4. We don't care about you. 4 is a subsidiary of Fox News, so. Cops have got to go.
Oh no, it's just to protect
Yeah.
the neck though. Oh, it's a neck protection.
Jessica, Channel 4 is the one that's associated with Fox, right? Yeah, this dude's Channel 4. Fuck Channel 4.
Fuck Channel 4.
Fuck Channel 4's
I already
Fox
went
News.
up there and read our rights to them, so.
Yeah. They're just gonna spin this shit, so.
Yep.
I
I live around here, so.
Defund SPD. They don't care about you and me.
Defund SPD, they don't care about you and me. Defund SPD.
They don't care about you and me. Defund SPD. They don't care about you and me. Whose life matters? Black lives matter. Whose life matters?
So yeah.
Lives matter.
Homo 4 News is out
They're
here.
owned by Sinclair, not Fox.
Oh, okay. Well, still.
Sinclair is equally.
Okay, well, fuck mainstream media. Like, I was here from the beginning, and I'm actually participating. So I waive all subjectivity. I've been threatened with arrest like 3 times already. Today. That's what kind of day it is. Threatened to be arrested like 4 times before 10 a.m.
Number 3.
Huh?
The protesters. We got a little off rhythm there.
Crosswalking again.
We keep walking up. Or do we keep our crosswalk protesting?
I mean, I feel like the crosswalk protesting is really pissing him off.
I feel like it is too.
So I kind of support the crosswalk protests, but also, I don't know.
Gotta check this out because we got other marches.
Yeah, we do got other marches too.
Yeah, we do.
It's 9:45. It's 9:45.
When did the other marches start?
Yeah, everyone. Okay, well, I don't know anything about the mainstream thing, but this dude's not talking to anyone. He's just like shooting people. So he's probably just trying to get footage and say that we're being all like not peaceful. So I'll believe it when I see the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. So we were told by the SPD that occupying the street is illegal, even though we have the municipal code right here that says that we can occupy the street. And so they've got 2 SUVs right here. Cops have gotten out of these cars twice now. I don't know if they've had the intent to actually arrest people or not. People did this yesterday, and then they actually Googled the municipal code, and it's right there on this sign again.
Donated them, and he's like, you could just give them away.
So we're the Nazis.
Here, do you need any like supplies or anything? I live here too, so if you guys need water or food or anything.
Thank you so much.
If shit goes down, I'm always here too.
Thank you so much.
If you
Thank
guys
you.
Shirley, you could get my number, and if something were to happen around
Actually, someone Googled the actual code. Well, it's been a morning thing, like, because people have been blocking traffic also, like, later at night. Well, we've been doing it at night, too, but people thought it would have, like, a greater effect during the morning, like the rush hour traffic. So it's technically a holiday for a lot of people, but, I mean, same effect. Like, they brought out 10 police cars just
And a whole last van.
and a van to haul people away, and at least a block over there, they got out, and they were like, you guys have to get out of the street. So
it's done. But I'm glad that you guys came here.
yeah,
Keep on doing it.
I'm so sad our
I'm gonna try
Yes.
pretty much every day.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You guys.
Yes.
If you need any help,
Come march with us sometime. We're here. Well, you'll see us. We're here. We march every day.
The new barricade.
We'll be here at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. So yes.
Yes, and if I will be the lone SLU representative. I don't care. I don't care.
Fairview and Harrison. Shirley's got our back.
Yeah.
Shirley's the real MVP right now.
That was fucking.
That's dope.
That was really sweet.
So sweet. Okay, so what's the plan now?
I was looking at.
Because it's 9:45.
Yeah, we're gonna head back.
Okay.
We'll go off this Friday, not the weekends. Right? Yeah, Monday through Friday. So let's go What is this? Up there and then turn down Denny, yeah.
Yeah, Denny would
They
be the
did not
most
want us
direct.
going. I fucking see you, you little bigot, I see you! Leave us alone!
Go away. Yes,
Yeah,
you.
that's right!
That's you. Yes.
Suck a fat dick! I hope you didn't hear that. Hi, Queens.
Oh my. Oof. Awkward.
I really hope you didn't
Awkward.
see me in that way.
Awkward.
As the fucking warrior princess. Black Lives Matter. Oh my God.
No, we swear, Katie's family friendly. She's PG.
She's PG most of the time.
Most of the time.
Super family friendly.
Super.
Have you met Katie?
Wait, what are y'all doing?
I think they're trying to get to the other March thing, I think.
Oh.
Or they're...
We're gonna be back.
Yeah, they'll have like the other 6 cars. I'm gonna be there too.
It's like 10 now.
I should have gotten 2 coffees and 2 cones.
It's cool. We can, like I said, we can go to your car and we can make a trip for coffee to Mikasa and then get back here in the afternoonish. Oh my God. Aww.
Gorgeous. That's a pup.
She's so cute. Oh my God. Is that a dachshund? No, it's not a dachshund. So yeah, so as far as info goes, Brad, it's something that's been going on since the beginning of the week, I want to say. They start at 8 a.m. at Broadway and Pine. I'm going to try my best to do the streaming for it as I'm able to make it. I've been pulling the late hours till like 1 or 2, but I think I might be able to split my sleep schedule and make this one and the evening one. My friend laughs at that, but we literally just did that last night. We literally just did that last night. We both slept for about 3 hours and woke up in just enough time. So, yeah, no. Said before, we're not many, but we sure are mighty. Like, the people here are here for the right reason. And no one's chickened out, as far as I know. We're still here with the more people. Actually, we're here with one more than we started with. What's her name? What's her name again? Sarah Tournay showed up. She happened to be in South Lake Union, and she turned up here. So we actually came back with one more than we had to start. So everyone's stuck around. Everyone's still unshaken. Like, really, like, the cops are pretty fucking scared of us for having fucking 10 cars out. That's some grade A bullshit right there. At one point, they tried to box us in, and they had cars on one side, and we just changed directions. So that is the advantage of having a smaller group, is you can evade cops a little bit easier. But I think having more bodies and some bicycles would definitely be a great idea. And I'm positive that there's people that are like morning bike commuters or something. If we could get any of the bike brigade type people, even just like, what, 4, half a dozen bikes to at least block, you know, some intersections and provide some support, that'd be pretty great. But yeah, info-wise, I know Katie, whose Instagram handle is Queen Katie with 3 E's. Yeah, Katie's Instagram. Katie's Instagram is Queen Katie with 3 E's. And she announces the marches. They've been at 8 a.m. On weekdays, Monday through Friday. And then TK and Tati and the other girls do the 8 p.m. march, which is usually to I-5 or the West Precinct or something. So, yeah, no. You guys saw how escalated it can get, but also how effective a small group was during the morning. It's early in the morning. A lot of people are up, so. Yeah, they had easily a dozen cars, and all cop cars had about 2 people in them. So yeah, if we can amplify this and get more people, it would really be the 1-2 punch daily. And honestly, I feel like holding Broadway and Pine is still important. Holding any of the barricades is still really important. But it really keeps SPD on their toes and really seems to piss them off. If you think about how, you know, they really want to end this peacefully, people pounding pavement sure seems to piss them off. So,
Don't you have something better to do?
are they still?
That are needed by you? Oh wait, no, not really. That's why we're trying to defund you.
Are they still following us? Yeah. Oh, they're still there. We're still being
You're
tailed.
obstructing.
You're blocking traffic!
We're still being tailed by our friends over there. So, yeah. 8 a.m. It's announced on Katie's Instagram. It's been going downtown to West Precinct. We don't really have enough people to block I-5 as far as I know, without bicycles or cars. So yeah, bicycles, cars, bodies, people. If we want to have someone just carry supplies or something, like coffee. Yes, if anyone wants to provide coffee, that would probably be excellent. Coffee and pastries or donuts for the people that aren't morning people. Like, 'cause yeah, this is still a newer thing. It's still kind of in its adolescent phase, but I think that this could be big if we can amplify it enough. And I totally am down to stream it and round up as many people as I can. I'm young and, you know, got the stamina to do all these marches in the morning and at night as I'm able to. But yeah, if anyone else wants to be a morning person, but otherwise I don't mind doing it. Like, this is definitely keep pressure on CHOP, but all the protesters.
Whose life matters.
Black Lives Matter.
Don't forget number 4.
No new youth jail!
Don't forget number 4.
No new youth jail!
Whose life matters.
Black lives
We are marching back to the hill. So coffee and pastries would be wonderful, actually.
For number 5.
But we're at Denny and Fairview now.
Whose life matters.
Katie,
Whose life
sorry.
matters.
When you get a second, do you just want to tell the wonderful people on the live stream your Instagram handle and how they can find out more about this?
Oh yes. So
Brad wants to amplify this. So
Queen with 3 E's, so Queeen, Katie, Katie. Much love. Thanks for being here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time with me.
stand behind you for sure.
Yeah. I'll see you.
hold the line.
Yeah, maybe like
Monday. What's your name?
Michelle.
Michelle?
Yeah. Michelle.
Michelle.
Oh, okay. Yes, hell yeah. Bye, have a good day.
Also, besides the obvious bodies, bicycles, and cars, what do you think we need other than bodies and stuff? Coffee.
We need a muffin ferry and a coffee ferry.
Is there a morning equivalent to the pizza ferry?
Yeah, morning equivalent to the pizza ferry.
Like a pastry ferry?
Pastry ferry. Quiche ferry.
Quiche ferry. Someone can bring in some like mini quiches, yes. Or other things, but yeah. To amplify the shit out of this, because it definitely annoys the shit out of cops. Seriously, they brought out 10 cars for less than 10 people. And a van.
11:30. What are they going to do at 11:30?
They're really bored, apparently. Listen, they're trying to pass that time before lunch, you know.
Oh my god, we don't need a police. Where's the one-way?
Why do we need an escort? They'll still go down a one-way, but...
That's how we lost. Yesterday, we lost them by going down the one-ways. Today.
I mean, we're lucky. This is like the messiest traffic part of downtown. Like, because of all the road work and stuff. Literally, road work right there. So...
Oh my god, you guys gotta get more money looking from us. Oh, is that why there were so many?
So yeah, to amplify the shit out of this and make this famous. Well, not famous, but like amplify it and like people show it. Amplify.
If you have time in the morning,
So Brad might have coffee and pastries for us when we get back.
Oh, fuck yeah, Brad. Shout out Uncle Brad.
Hey, Uncle Brad.
Thank you, Uncle Brad.
Thank you.
Uncle Brad is pretty cool. So yeah, we're on the sidewalk now because we still have a cop chasing us, security. But yeah, no. So this is
Wild, literally
this is
wild
a
now, always.
this is a thing. Heading back to Broadway Pine main front. There's no cool name for Broadway and Pine like shop. It's like BPL or something. Broadway Pine Line. New Chop.
BPL.
The BPL, yeah.
That's what we want camping out.
Or no, what was it that someone called it? Oh no, the police occupied something.
Pitch out there.
Police. Oh.
Leave us alone!
Oh
You're
wait.
harassing us, you're following us! Leave us alone!
No, it was police officer occupied Capitol Hill. Pooch. Pooch. Back at the pooch.
Got a pooch.
Don't talk about my pooch.
Don't talk about my pooch.
COVID hasn't been kind to me.
Never been there, you've been walking miles.
Yeah, no. Someone did the actual mileage for this. It's almost like 7 miles round trip. So yeah, I'll have like 10 miles in before noon.
You said it.
And I have my handy dandy Clark's Desert boots to thank. So, why?
Fuck you, leave us alone.
Obstructing traffic.
Oh look, crosswalk protest! Crosswalk again.
Peaceful protest.
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 It's already open.
No, you gotta listen.
You might as well just go down this way. They can't go this way.
Did you guys see anything about Portland last night?
What happened?
What happened to
They
Portland?
tear gassed the shit out of people.
Well, they haven't been using tear gas here, but they've been using, I want to say capsaicin or something. It's spicy.
So this is
So we're now heading up Stewart and Boren. Mostly just going up a one-way because the cops are not going to come up a one-way street. That would be a traffic, you know.
I have video evidence. They did it. Now we're not doing anything wrong because they really looked good.
What if we go this way, guys? Through the alley.
Yeah, we gotta get trapped.
Wait, are they going to trap us in the alley? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Awesome. Brad's officially got donuts and coffee coming. Woo! So, going up a one-way on the sidewalk now. So, and I forgot my battery, but I should have enough battery to get back up there.
Whose life matters?
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Every day. Every day. Bye. Every day.
every day.
We lost them. They're fucking stuck.
Black lives. What do we protect?
Black lives. Black lives.
What do we protect?
Black lives.
Black lives. All day.
Every day.
All day.
Every day.
What do we protect?
Black lives.
What do we protect?
Black lives.
You have to be black to do that?
No.
You have to be black to do that?
No.
You have to be black to do that? No. Whose life matters?
Black lives matter. You okay?
Whose life matters? Black lives matter.
Oh my God. So last night at the Broadway Pine Line.
Get that money, man.
Solidarity!
So there was like a commanding officer that tripped over a water bottle last night when he was trying to fix the caution tape line. It was the best. He was literally tripping. Okay, so the recent update is there's about 10 cars. We kind of confused them a little bit. We confused them. Their lights are flashing. They've warned us. We have our municipal code right here. This person did the municipal code. We have our constitutional right to block traffic and picket. And we've kind of led them in a circle at this point now. Blocking streets and might head back towards Capitol Hill. Like at this point, they're really confused because they don't know where people are or where they're going. Like they're tailing us pretty bad, honestly. And they keep saying they're gonna arrest people, but are they really though? If they were gonna arrest people, they would have done it already. So, I'm not too stoked about turning my back on. There's another. Okay, so now there's cops on that side. They are kind of scared. So they're warning us, but they're not coming here. There's like 4. There's 4 cars right there. There's 2 right there. Should we go left? Should we go left or straight? So yeah, this is the first morning march I've done, and gotta say, this is definitely something people should do. We need way more bodies. I mean, we have enough, but... Hello. He's on his radio. He's like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I was not trained for this. This wasn't in my manual.
Running boots on, man. They really jump out the car. That's get away from cops 101.
So yeah, there's like what?
Your exercise here?
Out of the roadway, or you'll be subject to arrest for pedestrian.
It will be unconstitutional. We will release right times later.
Absolutely.
Don't waste your time. There are actual people dying and injustices going on, and you're trying to obstruct our First Amendment right.
Oh my God, wait. Can you actually move out of the road? You're all about, they've been arresting people so fast.
She's got the municipal code, so yeah.
Block vehicle traffic.
Baby, how you doing? Absolutely. Absolutely.
We looked at the municipal code yesterday when you protested.
Yeah, they apparently threatened people yesterday.
This is the crime of pedestrian interference.
No, it is
You are
not.
subject to imminent arrest.
There's 8 cars following 10 people right now.
The picket or legally protest does not constitute obstruction. It is not obstruction if you're doing this.
These guys have 8 fucking cars blocking the road.
Let's get off the street for a second.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
I mean, forever.
Okay, so we were just peacefully protesting this very, very small group of people. All of these fucking cop cars, and they're telling us that we do not have the right to exercise our First Amendment right.
What are you guys protesting? protected.
We are extremely threatening.
You guys protected.
Walking down a sidewalk.
Black guys with fence on mark.
Unattached dollars are being
Get too close.
What's happening right now?
Why?
As do we. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Can you please put your mask on?
No, you can't. That's not a First Amendment right, baby.
This is the law. This is the law.
That's the law.
No, if we are following the law, what are we doing wrong? This is what the law.
Are you gonna Google it right now?
Literally why?
On the premise that she would help Charlene Lyles' family, on the premise she would help the homeless. Has she done any of that? No. Are you proud of your boss? You shouldn't be.
But you should be following this law.
You guys are not following the law. Read the law. Read it.
So you're good, right?
So yeah, they got all their people.
Pathetic little sheep.
Fucking
Brainwashed. Brainwashed.
Quit your job.
Quit your job, y'all are brainwashed.
They're out of their cars looking like they're ready to come
Hey, I'm
at
hungry for
people.
some bacon.
You guys know we're right.
Some bacon.
You guys know this is the fucking law. Follow it.
Suckers with badges. You guys got
So yeah, this is, so anyone who was sleeping on the morning marches, please come to the morning marches, because this is,
You care about humanity. Quit your jobs.
They don't
If
care
you're
about
real
humanity, they care about
Quit
property.
your jobs.
They protect property. We protect people. They protect property. We They protect property. We protect people.
in those cars. Fuck out of here. Fearmongers.
can we just get back in the street like 2 blocks from now?
No, literally.
They're just gonna.
Should we go that way?
They're gonna tail us back.
It's a good idea to go that way and go around.
Let's go where there's more cars.
There's a nice overpass even.
Well, we're in like a suburban street now.
You protect people. We protect people. We protect people.
They protect property.
Actually, no, wait, Katie.
They protect.
They don't even protect property. They fucking destroy the shop and shit. So what do they protect?
They don't protect shit.
Their property.
Oh yeah, what do they do with property? They throw it in the trash.
Y'all loot, steal.
So yeah, this is another reason we want bikes
Harassment.
and people. Now you guys, yeah, now you're just following us. What?
That's a criminal.
What do you want? You don't want us on the street. You don't want us on the sidewalk. Where do you want us?
Even more laws.
I think you guys just want us. Period.
You guys are suckers, bro.
Yeah.
They come in peace. They come with pieces.
We come in peace. You come in pieces. With pieces.
Oh, shit.
You come with pieces.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's a good one.
You come in peace.
We don't need you to guide us.
We're adults. We can make it home ourselves.
Are you just doing your job?
We shouldn't say that, technically.
Is all it is?
Maybe. Look, they still got dudes following us. What the hell? There's like 5. They bought what?
The bacon bus.
Oh, they brought their bacon bus in case they want to arrest us.
This is like less. I saw one.
Okay, so
The same law that you're trying to erect.
but you're
You're
not.
breaking the same law that you're trying to erect. The pedestrians behind you. You know that?
Alright, so there are 9 protesters
When the light
here.
turns green, what you guys do?
9 protesters and
When the
1,
light turns green, are you guys going to
Mr. I protect the West Precinct guy.
3
Bye-bye.
Let's see if they're going to go.
police cars.
Just go right at a red light. Just go right at a red light. You guys just go right.
Seattle PD is spending their time like this. Oh, 6 police cars and a very old little minibus. Wow, Seattle PD sure does
I'm just making sure this person doesn't get arrested.
9 protesters
some shit right here.
9 protesters and 6 police cars. That's amazing. And look at me. I'm a threatening individual, right?
So threatening right now. This is me. So threatening. These are the people the police are out here for. These 8 people without anything.
Correct. They were trying to
That is a beautiful
Isn't there a situation of
Was SPD there to save a life? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know who saves more lives than you? The fire department. We should defund you and abolish you and hire more firemen.
No, the fire department can't go until we clear it, right?
Man, but they can if we abolish your ass. Sorry, bro. We got ways to deflect that, bro. We don't need you, homie. We don't need you, homie.
Why do you think we need to be abolished?
Because you guys are abolishing people. How many people have you guys killed? You guys have killed over 1,000 people since your guys' existence. Huh? You guys even killed my cousin Sean Furr when he was in the corner with no gun and his baby in his hand. You guys are murderers, bro. You guys murder people on a daily fucking basis. Police do. Stop what? No, you stop. Stop harassing us. Now you're breaking the same law that you said that we were.
And you guys aren't even protesting.
And you guys aren't even protesting. You guys aren't even protesting.
There's other
What?
jobs.
Don't matter, bro. Just know that your gang,
Slave patrol.
broke your code and killed my cousin. Your gang, you guys are gang members.
Slave
You guys
patrol.
all work in uniform. You guys work for a flag, and you guys follow a main command. You guys are gang members. Gang members. You guys are thugs.
At this point,
Actually,
You guys run
don't
around
wanna be a
screaming
Nazi,
Blue Lives
quit your
Matter.
job.
Blue lives is a choice. Black lives are not. I can't choose to be black, but you can choose to
Actually-
be blue. Dude,
listen, I think gangs
You
do a
understand
little
what
more.
I'm saying?
Gangs do more good than
if
these
I was
guys
walking
even.
around with a blue flag, you guys would harass me like you guys would harass me like a crackhead. You understand what I'm saying? Get the fuck up out of here. You guys are suckers, yo. Oh God, look at how much weapons you got on you, bro.
do you know the
For
name
nobody
of
with
the
any
athletic
weapon on them.
logo?
Look how much weapons
He
you got
shot
on
in the
you, bro.
back of the head by
Elijah McCain, 86 rounds on him, yo. You guys are murderers, period, bro. You guys body slam.
Bye.
How can you stand next to this guy? How can you sit next to this guy? You guys are fucking women. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are suckers, bro. You
Bye.
can't protect shit.
Bye.
You guys are breaking people's
Oh, you guys brought a kid along for your ride along. That's great. Bye.
Yeah, that's how you are.
That dude in the front seat looked like a child. Like, it's nice they bring people on ride-alongs for this shit. And now there's one.
Enjoy the society.
Mister, I only protect the West Precinct.
With your phony ass job, enjoy the society. You guys are not a society. You guys are not protecting us. You guys are not
Please
protecting
don't step out into the roadway. You are subject to arrest.
Really?
Really?
The one that was standing in the lane of travel with the police.
2 feet? Really?
The red bandana, yes.
Okay.
Step out of the roadway.
Okay.
You're gonna get arrested.
But wait, if the light turns green,
Wow.
if the light turns green, I'm like legally allowed to be there though. Light's green.
Please step out of the roadway when it's not safe. Yes.
First Amendment right.
You're gonna arrest me for being on a crosswalk.
You're worried about safety now. Don't body slam people onto the concrete, but you're worried about safety. Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Defund SPD.
Defund SPD. Defund SPD. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter! Defund the SPD! Defund the SPD!
Green light.
Black Lives Matter!
Green light.
Black Lives
We're going. They got back in their cars now. We can just keep doing the crosswalk game now.
We're doing the crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk
Protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
Crosswalk protest.
This happened yesterday too, but not to the extent. We only had 6 people yesterday. Wow.
It's cool. No.
How many people?
Yesterday. Well, Katie.
Aren't there actual crimes you need?
Anyone who wants to be a morning person should definitely come to these. We need way more bodies.
It doesn't even matter if you want to be a morning person.
It's cool, Katie. 80, like 100 something people are seeing this right now. So maybe more people will come.
Hey,
Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! These racist cops have got to go. Hey hey! Ho ho! Oh, this is a major news dude. Who is he with? Oh, you're with 4. We don't care about you. 4 is a subsidiary of Fox News, so.
these racist cops
have got to go. Yeah.
Oh, it's a neck protector.
Jessica. Channel 4 is the one that's associated with Fox, right? Yeah, this dude's Channel 4. Fuck Channel 4.
Fuck Channel 4.
Fuck Channel 4.
I already went up there and read our rights to them, so.
Yeah. They're just gonna spin this shit, so.
Yep.
I got.
I live around here, so.
Defund SPD. They don't care about you and me.
Defund SPD. They don't care about you and me. Defund SPD.
They don't care about you and me. Defund SPD. They don't care about you and me. Whose life matters? Black lives matter. Whose life matters?
So yeah.
Lives matter.
Homo 4 News is out here.
Owned by Sinclair, not Fox.
Oh, okay. Well, still. Okay, well, fuck mainstream media. Like, I was here from the beginning, and I'm actually participating. So I waive all subjectivity. I've been threatened with arrest like 3 times already. Today. That's what kind of day it is. Threatened to be arrested like 4 times before 10 a.m.
Number 3.
Huh?
The protesters. We got a little off rhythm there.
Crosswalking again.
Do we keep walking up? Or do we keep our crosswalk protesting?
I mean, I feel like the crosswalk protesting is really pissing him off.
I feel like it is too.
So I kind of support the crosswalk protest, but also, I don't know.
Check this out because we got other marches.
Yeah, we do got other marches.
Yeah, we do.
It's 9:45. It's 9:45.
Any other marches, right?
Yeah, everyone. Okay, well, I don't know anything about the mainstream thing, but this dude's not talking to anyone. He's just like shooting people. So he's probably just trying to get footage and say that we're being all like not peaceful. So I'll believe it when I see the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. So.
Nothing. I literally was not really.
So we were told by the SPD that occupying the street is illegal, even though we have the municipal code right here that says that we can occupy the street. And so they've got 2 SUVs right here. Cops have gotten out of these cars twice now. I don't know if they've had the intent to actually arrest people or not. People did this yesterday, and then they actually Googled the municipal code, and it's right there on this sign again.
Donated them, and he's like, you could just give them away.
So we're the Nazis.
Here, do you need any like supplies or anything? I live here too, so if you guys need water or food or anything,
Thank you so much.
If shit goes down, I'm always here too. So much. If you
Thank
guys
you.
Shirley, you could get my number, and if something were to happen around
Yeah, Someone Googled the actual code. Well, it's been a morning thing, like, because people have been blocking traffic also, like, later at night. Well, we've been doing it at night, too, but people thought it would have, like, a greater effect during the morning, like the rush hour traffic.
Yeah.
So it's technically a holiday for a lot of people, but, I mean, same effect. Like, they brought out 10 police cars just...
And a whole ass van.
And a van to haul people away in, and at least a block over there, they got out, and they were like, you guys have to get out of the street, so...
It's dumb. But I'm glad that you guys came here.
Yeah.
Keep on doing it.
I'm so sad
I'm gonna try
Yes.
pretty much every day.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You guys.
Yes. Come march with us sometime. We're here. Well, you'll see us. We're here. We march every day.
The new barricade.
We'll be here at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. So yes.
Yes, and if I will be the lone SLU representative. I don't care. I don't care.
Fairview and Harrison. Shirley's got our back.
Yeah.
Shirley's the real MVP right now.
That was fucking.
That's dope.
That was really sweet.
So sweet. Okay, so what's the plan now?
I was looking at.
Because it's 9:45.
Yeah, we're gonna head back.
Okay.
We'll go
Monday
off this
through Friday, not the weekends. Right?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. So let's go. What is this? Up there and then turn down Denny. Yeah.
Yeah, Denny would
They
be the
did not
most
want us
direct.
going. I fucking see you, you little piglet. I see you. Leave us alone.
Go away. Yes,
Yeah,
you.
That's right.
That's you. Yes.
Suck a fat dick. Oops. I hope you didn't hear that. Hi, Queen.
Oh my. Oof. Awkward.
I really hope you didn't
Awkward.
see me in that way.
Awkward.
As the fucking warrior princess.
Black
Lives Matter.
No, we swear, Katie's family friendly. She's PG.
She's PG most of the time.
Most of the time.
Super family friendly.
Super.
Have you met Katie?
Wait, what are y'all doing?
I think they're trying to get to the other march thing, I think.
Oh.
Or they're...
We're gonna be back. Yeah, they'll have like the other 6 cars. I'm gonna be there too.
It's like 10 now.
I should have gotten 2 coffees and 2 scones.
It's cool. We can, like I said, we can go to your car and we can make a trip for coffee to Mikasa and then get back here in the afternoon-ish. Oh my god. Aww.
Gorgeous. That's a pupper.
She's so cute. Oh my god. Is that a dachshund? No, it's not a dachshund. So yeah, so as far as info goes, Brad, it's something that's been going on since the beginning of the week, I want to say. They start at 8 a.m. at Broadway and Pine. I'm going to try my best to do the streaming for it as I'm able to make it. I've been pulling the late hours till like 1 or 2, but I think I might be able to split my sleep schedule and make this one and the evening one. My friend laughs at that, but we literally just did that last night. We literally just did that last night. We both slept for about 3 hours and woke up in just enough time. So, yeah, no. Said it before, we're not many, but we sure are mighty. Like, the people here are here for the right reason. And no one's chickened out, as far as I know. We're still here with the more people. Actually, we're here with one more than we started with. What's her name again? Sarah Tournay showed up. She happened to be in South Lake Union and she turned up here. So we actually came back with one more than we had to start. So everyone's stuck around. Everyone's still unshaken. Like, really, like, the cops are pretty fucking scared of us for having fucking 10 cars out. That's some grade A bullshit right there. At one point, they tried to box us in, and they had cars on one side, and we just changed directions. So that is the advantage of having a smaller group, is you can evade cops a little bit easier. But I think having more bodies and some bicycles would definitely be a great idea. And I'm positive that there's people that are like morning bike commuters or something. If we could get any of the bike brigade type people, even just like, what, 4 half a dozen bikes to at least block, you know, some intersections and provide some support, that'd be pretty great. But yeah, info-wise, I know Katie, whose Instagram handle is Queen Katie with 3 E's.
Are we shouting out social medias?
Yeah, Katie's Instagram. Katie's Instagram is Queen Katie with 3 E's. And she announces the marches. They've been at 8 a.m. On weekdays, Monday through Friday. And then TK and Tati and the other girls do the 8 p.m. march, which is usually to I-5 or the West Precinct or something. So, yeah, no. You guys saw how escalated it can get, but also how effective a small group was during the morning. It's early in the morning. A lot of people are up, so. Yeah, they had easily a dozen cars, and all cop cars had about 2 people in them. So yeah, if we can amplify this and get more people, it would really be the 1-2 punch daily. And honestly, I feel like holding Broadway and Pine is still important. Holding any of the barricades is still really important. But it really keeps SPD on their toes and really seems to piss them off. If you think about how, you know, they really want to end this peacefully, people pounding pavement sure seems to piss them off. So, are they still?
Oh wait, no, not really. That's why we're trying to defund you.
Are they still following us? Yeah. Oh, they're still there. We're still being tailed.
You're obstructing. You're blocking traffic.
We're still being tailed by our friends over there. So, yeah, 8 a.m. It's announced on Katie's Instagram. It's been going downtown to West Precinct. We don't really have enough people to block I-5 as far as I know, without bicycles or cars. So yeah, bicycles, cars, bodies, people. If we want to have someone just carry supplies or something, like coffee. Yes, if anyone wants to provide coffee, that would probably be excellent. Coffee and pastries or donuts for the people that aren't morning people. Like, yeah, this is still a newer thing. It's still kind of in its adolescent phase, but I think that this could be big if we can amplify it enough. And I totally am down to stream it and round up as many people as I can. I'm young and, you know, got the stamina to do all these marches in the morning and at night as I'm able to. But yeah, if anyone else wants to be a morning person, but otherwise I don't mind doing it. Like, this is definitely keep pressure on CHOP, but it's all the protesters.
Whose life matters.
Black Lives Matter.
Don't forget number 4. No new youth jail. Don't forget number 4. No new youth jail. Whose life matters.
We are marching back to the Hill. So coffee and pastries would be wonderful, actually. But we're at Denny and Fairview now.
Whose life matters.
Katie.
Whose life matters.
Sorry. When you get a second, do you just want to tell the wonderful people on the live stream your Instagram handle and how they can find out more about this?
Oh yes. So
Brad wants to amplify this. So
Queen with 3 E's, so Queen Katie, Katie.
Thank you guys so much for being here, and I also just want to say before I get started, this is an unreleased song, so
hold the
thank you guys
mic
for allowing me to be in this space, and yeah, we can go ahead and start it. The song is called The Jungle.
Michelle.
Yes, hell yeah. Bye, have a good day.
Also, besides the obvious bodies, bicycles, and cars, what do you think we need other than bodies and stuff? coffee.
We need a muffin fairy and a coffee fairy.
Is there a morning equivalent to the pizza fairy?
Yeah, morning equivalent to the pizza fairy.
Like a pastry fairy? Quiche fairy. Someone can bring in some like mini quiches, yes. Or other things, but yeah. Amplify the shit out of this, because it definitely annoys the shit out of cops. Seriously, they brought out 10 cars for less than 10 people. And a van. They're really bored, apparently. Listen, they're trying to pass that time before lunch, you know.
I actually can't stay for the whole time.
Why do we need an escort? They'll still go down a one-way, but...
Yesterday, we lost them by going down the one-ways.
Yeah, the handheld one.
I mean, we're lucky. This is like the messiest traffic part of downtown. Like, because of all the road work and stuff. Literally, road work right there.
Yeah, he's
So.
just phoning me because I have, like, I got so much stuff. His name's
So yeah, to amplify the shit up this and make this famous. Well, not famous, but like amplify it and like people show it. Amplify. Amplify.
Time in the morning?
So Brad might have coffee and pastries for us when we get back.
Oh, fuck yeah, Brad. Shout out Uncle Brad.
Thank you, Uncle Brad. Uncle Brad. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we're on the sidewalk now because we still have a cop chasing us. But yeah, no. So this is a thing. Heading back to Broadway Pine and Main Front. There's no cool name for Broadway and Pine like shop. It's like the BPL or something. Broadway Pine Line. New shop? The BPL, yeah. Or no, what was someone called it? Oh, no. The police occupied something. Police. Oh.
Leave us alone!
Oh,
You're
wait.
harassing us, you're following us! Leave us alone!
No, it was police officer occupied Capitol Hill. Pooch. Back at the pooch.
Got a pooch.
Don't talk about my pooch.
Don't talk about my pooch.
COVID hasn't been kind to me.
Never been walking mine.
Yeah, no. Someone did the actual mileage for this. It's almost like 7 miles round trip. So yeah, I'll have like 10 miles in before noon.
You said it.
And I have my handy dandy Clark's Desert boots to thank. So, why?
Fuck you. Leave us alone.
Oh look, crosswalk protest! Crosswalk again.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest.
Peaceful protest. Did you guys see anything about Portland last night?
What happened to Portland?
Tear gas the shit out.
Well, they haven't been using tear gas here, but they've been using, I want to say capsaicin or something. It's spicy.
And it was telling to make sure that you put, alignment on your actions.
So we're now heading up Stewart.
So as a young person, I'm thinking about that.
Stewart and Bourne.
I made a mistake. I got into it with my girlfriend. This was my best friend.
Mostly just going up a one-way because the cops are not going to come up a one-way street. That would be a traffic,
So when I was 17, I played 14.
What if we go this way, guys?
Unfortunately, I didn't
Through the alley.
have that could afford legal representation.
Wait, are they going to trap us in the alley? Oh, okay.
So during my
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I ended up turning 18. So during that time, my court case was not final.
Awesome. Brad's officially got donuts and coffee
So now
coming.
that misdemeanor assault turned into a robbery too. Because she claimed that I took something from
So,
her. And I had
going up a one-way on the sidewalk now.
now I had a robbery too because I already pled guilty. Of course, I got another public defender and they told me that I could.
And I forgot my battery, but I should have enough battery to get back up there. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Every day. Every day. Bye. Every day. We lost them. They're fucking stuck.
The most recent.
Black lives.
What did you say?
Black lives.
Violent charge.
Black lives.
Let you work in daycare.
Black lives.
Sell cars at Ford.
Black lives. All day.
Every day.
AT&T T-Mobile.
Every day. Black lives.
The stigma.
Black lives.
10-year-old brand new adult.
No.
Because I was a juvenile.
No.
Because this place really took
Whose life matters?
Black Lives Matter. You okay?
Whose life matters? Black lives matter.
Oh my God. So last night at the Broadway timeline, so there was like a commanding officer that tripped over a water bottle last night when he was trying to fix the caution tape line. It was the best. He was literally tripping.
Excited to teach. And because I had to support my community, I was able. But some people don't have that. Some people don't have that moment of clarity so they can get themselves on the right path. I look at my nephew. I look at the other young people in our community that have to be in spaces like this away from their family at times like this. That have to be sacrificed despite their intellect, their genius. So to me, this is not only a march, this is not only a day, like my brother Rail said, this is not just a week or a month, this is my life, y'all. I've been fighting this and fighting for folks to see me as who I am for my whole life, and I don't think I'll get an opportunity to stop. So for those of us that are allies, realize your privilege. Realize the power that you have. And for the folks that do not have power, and my people who look like me, realize your power too. Don't fall victim to this system. This is the time that we stop and we change it. I appreciate being able to talk today, and I just want to pass it off to my sis. Peace.
Last time we were up here or on the stage, I was listening to you and I was like, oh shit, what am I going to say? No new? You jail! No new? You jail! You gotta say that shit with your whole chest. No new?
You jail!
I didn't really have a plan. And I was thinking about the process and the campaign of No New Jail. It's just the year of the Youth and Family Justice Center was first put into the ballot in the way that it was talked about, right? And I want to shift gears a little bit, but the way that it was talked about, there was an air of a commitment, right? That there would be a commitment to put in social services and nonprofits into this institution so that this institution could be reformed. Right? So I wanna talk about an interesting intersection because we talk about the abolition of the police, right? no new jail. I'm also saying no nonprofits, right? And it's not to say that we don't get paid for nonprofits. I get a check from a nonprofit too. Don't get it twisted, right? Survival is fucking real. And what are the ways that we're creating practices and cultures that do not require us to adhere to the deadlines and the desirables of nonprofits? Is that fair? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go get my battery pack because I'm dying. I'm gonna stream until they take off marching.
In this so-called Children and Family Justice Center. 28 young people in cages. There's 110 cages to put young people in. Organization, because if we say diversion, then we have to stay connected to this bullshit. Now, Keith County's idea of zero youth detention is to transition into more electronic monitoring. Electronic monitoring is not abolishing the criminal punishment system. It is simply turning our homes into cages. It's simply turning our neighborhoods into open-air cages. It's just finding another way to use technology to continue oppression through an oppressive system. So we have to dismantle this system, and we have to invest in communities. There are so many schools where white and wealthy children go, where they invest in having counselors and people to sit down with them to talk about issues that happen, help them problem solve, help them identify their emotions and their triggers so as they get older, they can be more a part of our communities. When it comes to Black and brown and Native children, what we do is we take them away from their communities. We mis-socialize them. We teach them that the only way for them to live is to be away from the people who care about them most. That desocializes people. That harms people. When we run to the borders as families, our loved ones, our families are our relatives are being separated by immigration systems that are unjust, we have to remember that same shit has been happening through this building right here and the building that was once here for hundreds of years. Family separation is not new. It is a tactic of white supremacy that's been used on Black and Native peoples for hundreds of years. So if we believe in thriving Black and Native communities, we will ensure that young people and families have access to the opportunity and resources that are transformative. We will make sure we have access to equity. We will free the land, and y'all's bosses will do what? Pay the fee. They'll do what? Pay the fee. They'll do what? to Black community and leave this system that is $1 million upon $1 million a year system in place. We have to divest from this system and invest in the new infrastructure. Stop expecting Black community to build a new system without the resources to do it. It's unfair. I am tired of doing free, emotional, and brilliant mental labor to build a new world that everybody, I don't care what color you are, what culture you come from, will benefit from. When Black, brilliant people and Native people get to lead into what is a transformative justice system, everybody will do better. It's not expecting us to do it for free. Go to King County Equity now. Go to Decriminalize Seattle and sign on to the demands to defund the police, and keep in mind the vision that it really is about defunding the entire criminal punishment system. From police to courts to jails, we have to get all of our people free, and that's why we're here today, to free all protesters, to free all people incarcerated, stolen from our communities, because if we are not all free, if they are not free, then we are not all free. Freedom. I know that we all want to have our cameras out. I'm going to ask you to do so responsibly. It is a real threat right now that the FBI is in our city, that COINTELPRO was enacted upon so many uprisings in the past, and they are using whatever technology they have at their hands, at their discretion, to identify people via faces, via tattoos, via clothes you were wearing, via your tracking on your phone. And so we want to ask each of us to be responsible for how we care for each other. We know police don't keep us safe, we keep us safe. Which means when it comes to the technology in our hand, I want you to be thoughtful about whose face you take a picture of. I mean this. Be thoughtful about what pictures you take. Be thoughtful about what you post online. If you are independent media, we are thankful for you. We're also asking you to be responsible for the risk that you put other people in. It is already a risk to step into the streets in a fascist society. So we need to be thoughtful about how we put things online. Y'all feel me? So if it's not a person who has intentionally got in front of you, and if somebody gets in front of you and says cameras down, what you gonna do?
Put your camera down.
But if it's not a person who knowingly got in front of you to share their voice and their story, please try not to take photos of people's faces. Please. We don't want to police each other. We just want to invite each other to take care of each other. And we know the risks are very real. Y'all feel me? Yeah. Word. Thank you. So I'm going to invite up my family of Ghana. Or actually my other family, Jarrell. Let's figure out how we're gonna get into these streets. Word, y'all ready to get in the streets? Y'all ready to get in the streets? Free them what? Free them what? Free them what? No new?
You jail.
No new?
You jail.
No new?
You jail.
All right.
You didn't know how to get a crowd right. Okay. Can y'all clap it up? Keep clapping for the Bike Brigade one time. Keep clapping for what we're going to have a little car brigade today. One of the main things we want to try to emphasize when we do these gatherings is people's safety. So please wear a mask. If you ain't got a mask on, find somebody that can get you a mask. Don't be touching each other, you know. Don't, hands and faces, cover your coughs and all that. We are going to be having our Bike Brigade and Car Brigade protecting us. As we transition, we want to make sure the sound system is going to get down before we get down. So I'm going to pass the mic to Ivana after I speak. We're going to have y'all hold for a sec, but I want to let y'all know the route we're going to go is intentional, and we're not going down James because we don't want to block off the route for the ambulance. They usually go up James. We want to be cautious of that. So we're not going to go down James, even though that may be a quicker and more realistic idea. We're going to be making a right here on 12th. We're going to make a right on Jackson because we are going to be marching through the ID. Shout out to the CID and all the love and culture that's part of our community. If folks need to use the bathroom, Bush Gardens is going to be available and open for folks to take a cut. to go use the bathroom in Busch Gardens. And we're going to make a right on 5th. Shout out to the Light Brigade for protecting us, for walking with us. We're making a right on 12th, a right on 5th. Oop, Jackson. And then another right on 5th, and then we'll end up at KCJ in front of the King County Jail and the King County Administration. If y'all got questions, ask the person to your left or right, because they probably got an answer too. I'm gonna pass the mic to my fam, Ivana, and we're gonna have our final instructions before we hit these streets. Let's get it.
Okay, y'all, so what we need to, well, hello again. So what we're gonna do is have, if y'all could back away from that street over there, the street, maybe come back to the, near the grass or go on the sidewalk. We need to move our equipment, so. Yeah, if you could create a space for Bob.
Light Brigade in position.
Okay, and then after that, we'll have black people to the front. Oh, over there. But not yet. Okay.
Yeah, that cart has been at a ton of events. It's pretty legit.
All right, y'all hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Where's the helicopter? Yeah. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so what's outrageous? Kids in cages. Kids in cages. What's outrageous? 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 Kids in cages. Watch out. No, no. You jail. No, no. You jail. No, no. You jail. No, no. You jail. All right. What's behind you again? Detention centers. We say no. This you jail has got to go. Detention centers. We say no. This you jail has got to go. This you jail has got to go. This you jail has got to go. Detention centers. We say no. This you jail has got to go. I like that one. All right, black people to the front, please. Black people to the front. Good to see you.
So yeah, just shoot me a message when you're done or whatever, and then I can come get that. Oh, hello. Good. How are you? My hair is out of control. Yes. Yeah. I woke up and haven't done anything besides put on shorts. And yeah, I went to bed at like, I don't know, 4 maybe. So.
You're doing good work, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, Katie is out here. Makes me feel like I'm doing something since we're not working, you know? How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, you've been doing any work at all, or?
I did one day on set.
Yeah.
Which was weird, and then I'm producing some animations for,
Okay.
you know, our Amazon overlord.
Yeah, nice. Shout out to Amazon listening. Keep hiring us so that we can take your money and give it back to people that, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's really nice is that it is giving me money.
Yeah. Well, I'm not marching because I got other stuff that I'm covering, but I was just dropping gear off. So good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, take care. Sorry, you guys, that I haven't read comments. Once they take off, I'll scroll back through the comments and I'll sit down and I can try and answer them. I'm not gonna march with them because I gotta prepare for tonight, and I should probably shower and eat. And today's definitely gonna be a nap day. But. Those trees weren't there. Personal fact, I used to live right there. See those windows right there? That was where I lived 2014 to 2016. That's called the Alder View. I guess since my car is parked here, I could probably stand on my car to get a better shot, right? It's legal to stand on your own car. Mask down. So we got Bike Brigade protecting folks. I don't know if standing on my car will help at all. Probably not.
currently in the Chinatown ID next to the stadiums, marching down 5th Avenue. We're on the corner of 5th Avenue and Jackson, marching towards north into the downtown core. There's King Street Station over there on your right. This march started this morning at the site for the new youth jail. That is in the First Hill district, or First Hill neighborhood, just a few blocks from Capitol Hill. And so we marched from that site down Jackson into the Chinatown ID, and now we are looping into the downtown core, marching north on 5th Avenue.
There is much redevelopment in the Chinatown. If you want, you can have it. It's 17 stories, and it's $1 million each. When in Chinatown International District, 65% of the residents are seniors. The median income here is $30,000. This is not welcome here.
Chinatown
youth jail. What's outrageous? Kids in cages. This march started at the site for the new youth jail up on First Hill, and then marched down Broadway, down Jackson into the Chinatown International District, and now we're marching into the downtown shopping district.
Hey, all, this is for my black family. Repeat after me. I love being black. I love being black. I said I love being black. I love the color of my skin. I love the color of my skin. It's the skin that I'm in. It's the skin that I'm in. I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I love the texture of my hair. I love the texture of my hair. And I rock it everywhere. And I rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. 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 I love the color of my skin. I love the color of my skin. I love the texture of my hair. I love the texture of my hair. And I rock it everywhere. And I rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. 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 I love the color of my skin. I love the color of my skin. It's the skin that I'm in. It's the skin that I'm in. I love the texture of my hair. I love the texture of my hair. And I rock it everywhere. I rock it everywhere. I said I love being black. I said I love being black. I love being black. I love being black.
I used to write for them in college.
What was that?
I used to write for Real Change in college.
Really?
We got Real Change out here. They write about the homeless issues on the street. You guys still in Belltown?
That's it.
You guys still in Belltown? Your offices?
Can't hear you.
Your office is still in Belltown?
No, it's your Pioneer Square.
All the protesters! Free! Who should we free? All the protesters! Free! Who should you free? All the protesters! Free! Who should you free? All the protesters! Free! All the
I'm Caroline.
Hobby.
Hobby?
Yeah, I think I saw you at Adomari's a couple days ago. I'm a friend of Amari.
Yeah, you were.
I was back in the street. Yeah, I'm supposed to be on a podcast today. Do you have to be busy?
Yeah.
one at Jefferson. So we don't want all of our cars to leave. We want one on James, one right here on Jefferson, or at least two. Come on, if you're talking to a car right now, let's keep some cars on the ends. We're gonna set up stage right here. Check for accessibility, so speakers during our teaching are elevated. This is the King County Jail. But also our loved ones are in there. So when I'm gonna say on the count of 3, I want y'all to say we love you. 1, 2, 3. We love you. I don't think they heard you. 1, 2, 3. We love you. 1, 2, 3. We love you. All right, we're gonna set up. So this is our space right now. We got cars blocking the streets. We got Bike Brigade. Give it up for Bike Brigade. And since we are a community built on solidarity networks and mutual aid, if there's anyone amongst us who's willing to provide service for some ASL, please come to this stage area. We want to make sure everyone has accessibility. If you are a live streamer, please make your way up here so our folks who are at home can access the teaching. If you need access to water or snacks, that'll be around probably on this back side over here. So if you have water and snacks that you brought, oh, they're right over here. Look at them waving their hands. Give it up for our people who brought sustenance. Defund SPD? Yes. And we want to invest in what? Black communities. Black communities and community-based public health and public safety strategies. And today we're here to do what? Freedom of That's what's up. Y'all got it locked in. If you are a speaker, please make your way to the front. Holler at one of us so we know you are here. So we have an incredible organizer who's going to kick us off today, who has been in the streets day and night and is a part of, I believe, the Black Collective. Give it up for Nyasha, y'all. Hey, y'all. I'm really nervous, but it's okay. So I'm gonna just tell you guys a little bit about myself real quick. My name is Nyasha Sarju. I was born and raised in the Central District of Seattle. My mother's here today, who I love very much. I graduated from Garfield High School in 2012. Shout out to my Bulldogs. But I'm here today because, and I'm really just here in general, because I want to use my privilege as a cis woman who has been in mainstream spaces, who has had a lot of privilege given to me, to amplify the cries for liberation of oppressed Black peoples all throughout Seattle, our country, and our world. I also am here because I have the pleasure and the privilege of spending the school year at Interagency Academy with young people. Give it up for Interagency Academy. Really, I don't mean give it up for Interagency. I mean give it up for the young people that attend Interagency. because Interagency is a part of Seattle Public Schools, and if you know anything about Seattle Public Schools, it is a racist and classist system that furthers the gap, the opportunity gap for Black and Indigenous and brown people. So I don't say yay Seattle Public Schools, but I do say yay about the young people I get to work with. And those young people understand at the most fundamental level the implications of racialized capitalism as a destructive force in their lives. They've been kicked out of schools. They've been incarcerated. Some of my young people are in this jail right now. They're in the youth jail right now. They've been left houseless and without food. And they always find ways still to love on themselves and love on each other. They find ways to show up and adhere to a school system that has quite literally never shown up for them or adhere to their needs. So shout out to those young people, because that's why I'm here. I'm also really thankful and fortunate to be a part of the Black Collective Voice, which is an organization of Black and Black folks and allies. I'm sorry, my nerves are coming out. That rose out of the CHOP. And we rose out of the CHOP to center Black, trans, queer, and femme voices in the struggle for liberation for all oppressed peoples. We didn't choose each other, but we found each other because of our collective vision for a world filled with mutual aid, community care, and free of the fucking prison industrial complex. All that shit, shut it down. We're doing the work to amplify the work of our partners who have been out here, not just in this movement, but in this movement that's gone on for as long as the history of our country, and really probably throughout our entire world history. I'm a Black woman, as you can tell. I don't believe that prisons or police keep us safe. I've been raped and sexually assaulted, and I've never turned to the fucking police because they would never fucking keep me safe. I've turned to my community. I believe in the power of restorative justice. I believe that we have to heal as a community. I believe the reasons people commit so-called crimes is because of the crimes that are committed against them. The crimes of poverty, racism, the crimes of capitalism. And if we don't want to talk about why, the roots of this shit, then we can't fucking blame people for the shit they do in response to the oppression that they're experiencing. So I don't know how much time I've been up here, but I just want to share 3 anecdotes, 3 reasons why I say to do these three things we're asking. The first one is to abolish the police and the entire prison industrial complex, starting by defunding Seattle Police Department 50%. That's a start. And Jenny, not 5%, lady. I'm sorry. We know math, girl. We went to school and shit. We learned something. I'm gonna tell you a little example. I'm gonna tell you a story. I had a young person, a student, who one night was facing houselessness, facing food insecurity. Well, had faced that a lot, and had their younger 12-year-old sibling with them. They heard of an opportunity to hit a lick, get some quick money. Of course, myself, if I was in that situation, I would take it. How many people out here would take that opportunity? If you did not have anywhere to live or any food to eat, and somebody said you can get some money real quick so you can have somewhere to live and somewhere to eat, raise your hand if you would take that opportunity. Okay, so we should all be incarcerated then, if that's what we all would do. And that's what our system says happens when you do something like that. When these young people, when I went and we got him out of jail, I don't remember how far after that it was, the young man, he was 12 years old, and he said, Miss Nyasha, I had 3 meals in there. Man, it was cool. I was like, hold on, man. Let me tell you what the real crime is. The crime is the fact that you're not guaranteed 3 meals a day and a house to live in when you're not in this fucking jail. And we're not gonna celebrate the fact that you had 3 meals in this fucking prison because you're never going back here again. That's the fucking crime. The crime is the fact that these young people, that these 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 5-year-olds don't have nowhere to sleep, nowhere to eat. What the fuck would you do? Of course you're gonna try to get some money quick. Say it. So again, we call to abolish the entire prison industrial complex, starting by defunding Seattle Police Department 50%. The second thing I want to talk about is investing in community and community-led, accountable community solutions. All of our systems are riddled with racism, and we must be careful because prison and confinement exists within schools, it exists within hospitals, it exists within all of our social services and all of our government organizations. So when we say defund the police and abolish policing, we have to root out policing in every single one of our systems. We have to directly really invest in community. I'm gonna talk about creative justice for a second, because that's an organization that I really believe in, and I know Nikita was talking about it earlier and saying we have to get rid of the nonprofit industrial complex, and I agree, but let me tell you about this organization from my perspective as somebody that just supports and goes and shows up. I had a young person, a student, who was really having a hard time coming to school. Understandably, schools had never served him. I knew that every single time there was a creative justice session, he was there, he was present, and when he came to school, he wanted to work on the stuff that he had been working on at Creative Justice. So when I tell you the young people will go where they feel served, they will go where they feel loved, and we have to follow those community-led solutions that are accountable to the people they serve, accountable to the people they serve. I don't want us to just throw more money into Seattle Public Schools. Seattle Public Schools ain't done shit with our money yet. I think we have to be really careful when we talk about abolishing policing and abolishing the prison industrial complex, that we are not funneling money into other systems that continue to oppress and imprison our young people. And the last thing I'm going to tell you all about is we're here to say free them all. We're here to say free all protesters and free them all. Yeah. 2 nights ago, I experienced direct trauma at the hands of SPD while protesting Jenny Durkin's violent executive order. As we stood 2 feet behind the police tape line and complied with their orders to continue to back up, out of nowhere they began beating us with batons and slamming us with their shields. My friend Oliver, a white man, tried to place his arm in front of me to protect me, and that is when the cops had enough of him. Yep. 5 cops lifted him off the ground and slammed his face down onto the pavement, smashing his glasses. After this, they continued to beat on myself and the other protesters and threw me back as I tried to run towards my friend. Then an officer put his knee on Oliver's upper back for what it looked like to me was many minutes. They arrested him on charges of obstruction because he used his white body to obstruct cops from brutalizing my black body, and charges of failure to disperse, which is odd because all we were trying to do was get away from the beatings, but we physically could not. This story is not unique or remarkable. This is what cops do every day, and this is what the power of policing is all about. People cannot simply walk down their neighborhood streets of Capitol Hill without being arrested and brutalized. This is still happening today, right now, and we call to free all protesters. I'm also here to demand that King County pays the fucking fee. I stand in full support of King County equity now, and I demand that King County repair the rations, as White King says all the time, repair the rations that were looted from black people and indigenous people. Reparations are long overdue. All right, I don't have a really good ending to tie it up, but abolish the prison industrial complex, invest in communities, black and brown, indigenous communities, and free all fucking protesters. Free them all. 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 Thank you.
Let me hear y'all say, pay the fee. Pay the fee. Pay the fee. Y'all can come out to the 4th of July tomorrow too. We're gonna be in the CD. We're gonna be in the district. We're going to keep this art and teaching going. We got an incredible artist, incredible organizer. It's a dope human being, one of my good friends. We're going to bring up Ebo Barton right now, y'all. Make some noise for Ebo.
What's up, y'all? So I'm going to read this poem. My name is Ebo Barton. I use they, them pronouns in case you want to respectfully talk about me later.
Yeah.
Cool. On the night of the Stonewall riot, the inn began to overflow with us all over the street. A whole culture, hideously gorgeous, feather boa and glitter spanked, leather hats and performing your gender better than you hot pants and suits and t-shirts and red leather pumps and the flyest sneakers poured out of the inn's windows like a stank wine made from the purest water that trans black femme Jesus laid their hands on. We were afraid of being trapped inside that place. We were resounding in celebration, beer bottle smash, bite mark and lipstick smear, felt up and push, misgendered and misnamed. We live, and so many of us were dying, abandoned in a race so high and too sober. We were so exhausted with being all these things at once. If that isn't black and LGBTQ, then I don't know what is. Fast forward 50 very gay years, and I am standing on a sidewalk in front of a queer bar in Seattle, and the most beautiful femme makes the concrete her dance floor, makes the DJ turn up the music so he can feel it out here. And then she spins, and she is grace and cloud and sexy and sweat, and she is every woman my mother wants me to be and more. And I am just masculine, mesmerized by every twirl, every hip sway, the heartbeat of her heels slapping the sidewalk. And the TV screen in the bar plays the news. And the news reports that not one of us, especially this graceful femme, is too beautiful to die. And the news says y'all don't believe in her. And the news says y'all don't know us to be holy. And the news says another one of us was killed. And the news says another one of us was beaten. And the news says that Capitol Hill in Seattle isn't even that queer. How these rainbow crosswalks are just memorials for who used to be. How bachelorette parties fill our churches, messy straight men leave their scents on our paths, how our screams sound like prayers to a God who doesn't even want to hear us, how our blood wanders the streets searching for the places these rich, cis, white visitors are not. The straight couples drink their cocktails. The cis men don't think that I am real, do not even notice me, or how the most beautiful femme is disappearing right before their eyes. And our allies are quiet. Our allies say they are tolerant. Our allies don't notice how those rainbow crosswalks are fading from existence, how jails are being built for our youth to occupy down the street where you've taken a whole neighborhood away from us, how the police use us as target practice, then call it #a safe place, how the fruits of our labor are being taken out of our mouths, the juice of our struggle still dripping down their chins as they attempt to dance so ugly. To our music, in our bars, in our outfits, relishing in the freedom we created for ourselves but never got. On the night of the Stonewall riots, a handcuffed butch woman was brutally thrown from the inn towards police wagons. She looked at the bystanders and shouted, "Why don't you do something?" So what language is silence? How do you speak ally and not bind your tongue to the cause? 50 years later, and I am standing outside of a queer bar that's not even queer anymore. And the news plays in size, and it says that we are on our own. Why don't you do something? 50 years later, and I'm still standing outside of a queer bar worried about being trapped inside. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
In addition to having this space right now, y'all, we also got a website where we can have some of our just cultural work and understanding of the education that's happening right now. Education, cultural work, artistry is going to be a part of every social movement throughout history. From Trinidad to Cambodia to Jamaica to the United States, cultural work and art is always a part of social movements. And so shout out to Ebo for bringing us that cultural work and art. Another part of our movements that we got to intersect is our intergenerational. Let me hear y'all say intergenerational. Intergenerational. So we need to make sure that our young people have opportunities and are connected to our platforms. We need to make sure that we're connected to our elders, because history repeats because we ain't listening. And so for right now, we want to bring up Miss Shirley Walker, who is an elder and a lovely person in our community who's going to tell her story right now. Y'all make some noise for Miss Shirley Walker.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to everybody that's come out to support humanity as a whole. I've been a native of the state of Washington all my life. I worked for the city of Seattle, and I had a brother who was kicked in 2000. And I have, the system has failed me. Hello? The system has failed me basically to a degree. After having worked for the city all my life, and to have a family member killed, and to be stripped to nothing, having helped humanity is heart-wrenching. But what I can say is this, is that I am truly grateful for my ancestors, which was my mother, Miss Linda Walker Rogers, rest in peace. She was born in 1924. And the people that paved the way for me, that went through the struggle for us to be free. Going up as a people, and I want to tell you guys that it isn't easy and it hasn't been easy going through this struggle from 2000 till now, and praying and turning the other cheek and writing countless to our mayors, our senators, our governors, and the people who are supposed to support us as a people. It's hard. I have really bad trust issues today. By having worked for the city most of my life, the city's a big place to me, and it takes a lot of organizations to run it. And for the pillars of my community, and to people that let me down, it's been heart-wrenching. But as my mother taught me from my bedtime story, the Bible, hold on to God's never-changing hand. And here I am today to get the opportunity to be here to tell you guys that this is real, and we are worthy of some things as a people. All nationalities matter to me. I love you guys. Keep me in prayer.
Our MC is coming back on. MC. Hey y'all. Okay, so up next we have Sheree. They're the founder of POXNews and Greenlight Project. They're currently running for House of Representatives District 43rd District. Welcome.
No, it's cool. I don't do much talking about the fact that I'm running for office, so it totally makes sense that you wouldn't know the exact. It's House of Representatives for Washington State, 43rd Legislative District, Position 2. But that's not why I'm here. Originally, when I was given the opportunity to be part of the teach-in, of course I was going to talk about the things that I'm a broken record about, which are harm reduction, community care, and mutual aid, and how that works in the Black and brown community, especially around criminalized and stigmatized populations. I had a plan last night. I want to take you to a gay bar. I want to take you to a gay bar. I want to take you to a gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. Start a war. Start a nuclear war. That's a gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. That's all kind of dropped out of my head. Saying that he is terrified. Not just because I'm looking at the things that are like to tell them something that they don't know something they're already know to validate what they're already doing, but because conditions are so fast and knowing that we're secure and all this stuff and all this stuff. Do you have any money? And I don't think I've ever talked about it the first time I was in cuffs. That's a gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. And I wish there were people like Dakota available in my school district when that first happened. But there weren't. I was in District 81 in Spokane. I knew very few Black and brown people. I knew very few queer people. I've got something to put in you. And I was really convinced that I did. Especially when it happened the second and third and fourth time. We found out exactly how many without looking at records. When my mom asked for help for the situation that we were in, they told her, unless you have money, the only way to get resources to your child is to treat him at the farm. It's so weird that I've heard this so many times in so many days that we do not have excess resources. You deserve to be locked up. That's how I grew up, knowing that if I ever misstepped because of how I was feeling, or where I was, or where I wasn't,
where I wasn't. The first piece of legislation that I ever attempted to digest was the Becca
You
bill.
brought the office in-house.
Because I didn't understand
You set up a schoolroom in your
I
living
couldn't
room.
face going to school.
You're
and I
caring
wanted
for
to
the
hide in
sickest
my
among
room
us,
and do
like
art,
your own life depends on it.
or make my own clothing,
Just keep
or paint my nails.
At Batteries Plus Bulbs,
Hide.
we've never been prouder to back
That
you
an
up.
officer would come to my
keep
house
trucks running.
when I was late to school and take me to a truancy center. I was on a first name basis with the truancy officer from District 81, Officer Gary. I really appreciate Officer Gary to this day. He never wanted to do it, but that's what was left for him. He was also a black man. And that was one of the only black figures I had in my school. So when we draw the parallels between harm reduction in criminalized and stigmatized populations, or in populations where you have to commit what they've decided are crimes to survive, we can draw that directly to this movement and this everyday situation. Because it's a question every single day whether you flood the streets or not because of what the risk is. And that you will be marked as someone that it's okay to throw away if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, or you're not voicing your opinion the right way. There's no right way to advocate for yourself. And I had to learn it the really hard way. And I really hope that it's a little bit easier because of all of us stepping up and all of you stepping out, for someone to decide that there is a way for them to advocate for themselves. No one should be in here. No one should be in a cage when they're a child. And when you tell them that that's all they're good for and that's what they're destined for, it's a million times harder to make it anywhere. Let me go ahead and break the tension. This is absolutely terrifying, but not just because I'm speaking to a bunch of people. It's absolutely terrifying because we are so close to getting justice and to getting some type of reparations, and it's the first step. And that also is terrifying. What will we do? We have a huge responsibility, not just every day in these streets to make it happen, but to plan for the next steps. Who here is ready to plan for the next steps? All right, I've been planning for this my whole life, so look me up. Let's do it together.
Building and dismantling. That's what revolutionary action does. It breaks systems down, and it's connected to people that are also building up, not the alternative, but the healing, transformative version. So thank you to Sheree for bringing that energy for us. We're standing in front of King County Correctional Facilities. We got people locked up right in front of us. And in the building behind me is the King County Administration Building. They help with the paperwork that makes that happen. It's important that we not just center the experience of those people that actually come in contact with these systems, but that we elevate and give them platforms. And so for right now, I want to bring up three homies, Bana, Gerard, and Johnny, and they're going to be talking to y'all about DOC. Y'all know what DOC stands for? Department of Corrections. Okay? So if I can get Bana, Gerard, and Johnny up here to come rock with me, y'all going to get taught about this DOC thing.
Safety first. All right, peace, y'all.
Peace.
So my name is Bana. Where's Johnny and Gerard? My name is Bana. I'm gonna talk to y'all a little bit. I organize with Decriminalize Seattle. And first off, I wanna, just underline what was said at the beginning over at the youth jail, that we are on occupied Duwamish Coast Salish territory. The Duwamish are still fighting for federal recognition. Federal recognition essentially says that they exist. So by being not federally recognized, that means the United States government says that they no longer exist. Do they exist?
Yeah!
Are they here?
Yeah!
And they're the original caretakers of this land. So always remember that as you're walking, living your life as guests on this land. So I want to talk to y'all about why we're talking about dropping all the charges and freeing all the protesters, and how that's connected to our demand to not just free all the protesters, but free everyone. Hello? Okay. So mass incarceration, as y'all know, has long been an oppressive force, right, against Black communities. It goes hand in hand with policing and sentencing laws that go all the way back from Jim Crow to slavery, okay? So we know that facing violence from the deadly police is only one of the first steps in a long chain of oppression that Black communities face in the criminal injustice system, right? So when we say defund SPD, we also mean defunding all of the infrastructure and all of the institutions that perpetuate policing. That includes the probation department, that includes the courts, that includes the prosecutor's office, and that includes divesting from private security in all public and private spaces. Because policing escalates incidents of violence, right? Policing does not keep us safe, whether it's private or by the state. So they claim that by policing and incarcerating folks, they're fixing broken people to quote unquote rehabilitate them. We know that's a lie. We know that the system is not broken. It is a system that is meant to break people, to traumatize us and keep us traumatized. These institutions are seen as normal, they're seen as just, they're seen as business as usual and the status quo. That's what we are here to name, defund, and like my sibling over here, Sheree, said, dismantle, okay? To show that we keep us safe, right? We know that the DOC, Department of Corrections, does not care for the humanity of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. They do not care for the humanity of any of us, for poor people. Today, in the midst of a COVID pandemic, despite calls from community to release people for the safety and health of the folks who are incarcerated, DOC insists on spending more money on creating quack quarantine procedures to force social distancing in an environment that is just not conducive to that. They substitute solitary confinement for medical treatment and torture for all those positive for COVID inside prison and jail walls. So we have already seen 2 known deaths from COVID and many more unknown for folks who are incarcerated in our state. A pandemic is breaking out right now at the Coyote Ridge facility in Eastern Washington. Their unsafe procedures are costly, they're inhumane, they're cruel. Meanwhile, families and loved ones are anxiously waiting to find out about the status and well-being of their incarcerated family. We cannot let DOC off the hook, okay? Are we gonna let DOC off the hook? No! The pandemic in Coyote Ridge is just one example of the many atrocities that are hidden in the DOC. So if you are wanting to stay up to date, if you are wanting to support the movement to free them all, please follow COVID-19 Mutual Aid and Decrim Seattle on Instagram and Facebook for calls to action, okay? We have to keep the pressure on. Politicians will not make the change that we need. Public officials will not create the change that we need unless we let them know that we will continue to mobilize, take to the streets, flood their phone lines, flood their emails, flood their offices and their homes until we get the justice that we deserve. So I'm gonna close it out with a chant real quick before I pass it to my brothers. All right, so I'm gonna say, tell me what you want, what you really want, and you gonna say, free them now, okay? Tell me what you want, what you really want. Free them now. Tell me what you need, what you really need. Free them now. How we gonna get it? Free them now. How we gonna get it? Free them now. All right, so when I say how we gonna get it, he's gonna say people power, right? One more time. This time you're gonna say justice. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Justice. Tell me what you need, what you really need. Justice. How we gonna get it? People power. How we gonna get it? People power. All right, this time we gonna demand liberation. Y'all ready? Yep. Tell me what you want, what you really... Liberation. It don't sound like y'all want liberation. Y'all want liberation? Yeah. Tell me what you want, what you really want. Liberation. Tell me what you need, really need. Liberation. How we gonna get it? People power. Thank you.
Y'all give Vanna one more hand. She's an amazing person. if I can. To the guy that's in the car over there, you came with your blowhorn. Please come out here. We educating people. We speaking facts. And I invite you to the conversation. I see the door opening. Come on. We invite you to the conversation. Come on. We here. And we ain't going nowhere. That fear-mongering shit don't work. I promise you that. But back to what Bonna just did right there. Can we get a liberation? Because she said she don't think y'all want liberation. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Liberation! Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Liberation! How we gonna get it? People power! How we gonna get it? People power! Okay. Y'all, I think I keep stepping in the dead spot, so it's probably best I stand still. So I want to start this off by saying that the revolution won't be televised. And so I'm gonna go
Watch this guy.
What's happening at 5:30? Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out quick, but we're here in Keystone. There are over 200 anti-Trump protesters. Today, Trump and Pence are going to be speaking at
build the facility regardless, right? But we should try to get them to design it a certain way. And then I thought, like, hold up, maybe I'm in the wrong, right? I thought I was Django Unchained. I'm like, but maybe I'm in the wrong here. And so as I started to realize, as I started to educate myself, I realized that I was able to pull back the hegemonic curtain that the system is failing us, right? And so it's not failing the individuals who look like senators, who look like representatives, which is why we kind of need the person who just spoke from going to be running for 53rd district, right? We need those people in office, right? And we need to hold conversations with them. But I want to say this, right? The system doesn't fail them being heteronormative cis males and females, right? White especially, right? And so because, and I say white females, right? And I know some of you are like, but we rock with you, right? But at the end of the day, we know that the biggest recipient of affirmative action was white women. That was diversity, right? Yeah. And so we need you to actually take a second to step back when these changes actually happen and allow the people of color who've been marginalized the most to actually maximize and optimize these opportunities, right? And so we have this narrative that our state is liberal, right? And we're helping Black, Indigenous, trans, immigrant, underprivileged communities, right? And we accept it because it makes us sleep well at night, thinking that our tax dollars are being provided to help, right? But education in Washington State was underfunded since 1977, when the first lawsuit went in for Basic Education Act, right? Until a white family, the McClearys, actually decided to file a case, and that's when, finally the Supreme Court, that was in 2007, so that was 30 years, right? A white family files a case, right? Then we get 2015 where the Supreme Court decides that they're going to actually fine the state for not funding education. But the funny thing is that it's a white family that files this. You're going to fine the state, so you're fining yourself to do what? It's the same narrative as police, right? How can you actually tell me that you're going to do the right thing for another person who identifies and who's a part of your fraternity, right? And so that's absolutely like crazy to me, right? And so I'm gonna end this right here, but when I think back on the idea of defunding the police and how it's gotten a much more negative response than the 30 years that we didn't fully fund education in this state, it drives me crazy. And the defunding of the education is the reason why we have so many Black people in prison. And so that actually exacerbated the educational gap in our state that we know exists, right? We know that the Black students learn at a lower level than the white students do, right? So lastly, when we think about our liberal state, don't forget to think about the foster care system, right? We're standing right now, James and Jerome are in that building, right? And so I would like everybody to turn around, make some noise, and wave at James and Jerome just to let them know that we're out here, right? We see you. Yes, sir. All right, let's get back to it. So I gotta end this. They tell me I gotta get out of here. But back to for those of you who don't know who Jerome and James are, they're the kids from the jungle incident, right? And so they're here because of the auto decline laws in this state, right? That says that juveniles who commit a Class A felony are automatically declined and tried as an adult, right? So they're in an adult facility when we just left the youth jail or detention center, right? And so that needs to be changed as well. We need to lobby to kind of get that to change, right? But back to Jerome and James. What the media is not sharing in their stories is that they were in CPS, which is Child Protective Services, right? And that means that they were actually, and they were a part of the state since they were actually toddlers, right? So the state has actually failed them, and now that it's failed them, it's actually punishing them for failing them, right? This shit is absolutely nuts. It's nuts, right? And so for those of you who are allies, we need to help these kids. And so they go to court on August 6th. They need your support. Reach out to Nikita, reach out to I'm not gonna say his name, for ways to say your support, because this is the work of the village, right? And so when I think about all of this, when I think about this, all of the same things about wraparound services like education, housing, healthcare, foster care, prison. I want you to remember that there's the story of the seeds that are planted that are in existence without you actually realizing that they're there, right? And so when we think about children, and that goes to children who ostracize disciplined students, socially stigmatization we place on passionate individuals, the under-analyzed, over-prescribed remedies we put forth for the mentally ill, our stance on homelessness, right? Think about this, right? Or really interrogate your thoughts, like why do you feel a certain way? And so I'm going to end with these last little words. The system wasn't designed for us to win, and we would never win if we expect to fix a system that isn't broken and is working the way that it was designed to. That's like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. We must redesign, remodel, and reconstruct the system that is in. Get those seeds out and do the introspection that's necessary. So again, I'm going to close this out and I'm going to say the revolution won't, and I want y'all to say be televised. The revolution won't be televised. The revolution won't be televised. All right, go home and think and work on yourself and let's do it together.
Yeah, let's get another hand for Brother Gerard there, saying it all. Say that, brother. My name is Johnny Fitzgerald, born and raised in Seattle. I'm 54 years old in November. I took that walk many times to the courthouse. You want to see what this city thinks about us as far as criminals? Governor Inslee. So I'm just going to tell it to you straight. Right now, I'm tired, and I'm tired of being mad. And I'm mad because I'm afraid, and I shouldn't be afraid. Nobody should be afraid. But most of all, my brothers in DOC, a lot of us get out, and a lot of those brothers, I guarantee you, they're all afraid, and they shouldn't be afraid. Just because you're locked up doesn't make it a life sentence, a death sentence. And a lot of those brothers are afraid to die. A lot of the events, Juneteenth was canceled. 4th of July happened tomorrow, that's a big deal in prison. You get to sing, you have the event, you get to mingle with the other pods, that's gone. All the visits have been suspended. So on top of being incarcerated, on top of not knowing what's gonna happen, if you're gonna get sick and die, all of the things that make us happy are gone indeterminately. Why? It's $725 million they spent last year. The general fund appropriated to DOC for what? Mostly for salaries and pensions. Let me tell you about health care. Old man, old native guy, came in the joint walking. He didn't have life. He didn't even have 10 years. He had necrosis, wasn't taking care of his diabetes because they weren't helping him. He was supposed to get some toes amputated. They cut the wrong toes off. And then that foot went bad. They cut the toes off this foot and they had to cut the wrong leg off. So he went in prison walking and went out missing half a foot and a leg. That's the kind of medical care that you get. They tried to tell me that I was prescribed the wrong thing on the street and told me if I was such a professional that I should write my own prescription for a simple steroid cream. So I want you to think of this. Think of the most racist, white entitled descendant of homesteaders that feel like they have the right to stolen land. Straight up Washington State redneck, log truck driver, hates anyone who's not white. A bigot and a misogynist to the core. That's who has say-so. That's who supervises us inside prison. All that needs to change. If you're not with this, you gotta go. Period. I'm just gonna tell it straight. I make $20 an hour. After my deductions, about 28 grand a year. The most expensive inmate in the Department of Corrections per year is $55,000 at WCCW Purdy. right? The least expensive is 30 grand a year. So at 28 grand a year, I pay my car, I pay about $1,000 a month for rent, and all my bills, ain't got money to feed my kitty cats. But you can't give those brothers what they need to protect themselves from something that'll kill them, that it's not their fault. Take care of the people that you are incarcerating en masse. Stop locking up my cousins, my nieces and nephews, my brothers. Stop locking up our kids. No more youth jails. No more youth jails. August 6th, James and Jerome, show up. Flood that courthouse. Show them that this is not right from the beginning to the ending. And the ending is free them all. Free them all. Free them all. And pay the fee. The BPC and all of the other groups inside, that is what makes people like me have hope. But to see this here makes me a little less angry, a little less afraid, and gives me hope that we can all stand together and be a voice for those who have no voice. Because we all need to be heard. We all need to stand together. Don't give up. Forget about tired. Drink some coffee. Do your research. And stay on board, stay on point, be vigilant. Be kind and represent the human race. Show love and spread love. But one people. But one thing I also want to expose is one of the scariest things to be, without the pandemic, is to be LGBTQ in prison. Those is a chance to live and breathe free air, free life, and have all those liberties, the right to happiness, and all the rest of it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Trans woman, sex worker. They are a part of Utopia and Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network. When we are talking about Black lives, we need to include the sex workers. We need to include folks who are the most marginalized. Okay, it includes me. I was a sex worker for over 5 years. I matter. Okay? When we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we're talking about all Black lives, okay? Trans folks, non-binary folks, they're a part of the conversation always. If they're not in the room with you, then and, you know, Black trans folks are not represented. Immigrants are not represented. Folks who are with disabilities are not represented. You have no right to be up in there. We need to stop having folks just stand in solidarity. Actions look like bringing folks into the room. Actions look like not having any meeting until we can bring those folks in the room and saying, hell no. Actions are about, you know, including all of your community and making community-based decisions. Everybody's included. That's all I want to say, because a lot of times when we're talking about this stuff, we're censoring cis folks. We're just censoring them. And there's so many other folks that are incarcerated. So many trans Black women have been killed. And that needs to be something that we're talking about. We need to center and talk more about sex workers. So this is what we have ISIS coming to talk about. It's important.
Internalize it, take it back home, because they matter. We matter.
If you are a sex worker, please join me on the stairs, please. Any sex workers here? Don't be shy. If you're a drug user, join me on the stairs. If you are a black and brown trans woman, come stand here with me. So I shouldn't be up to doing this work, right? It should be led by black trans women and femmes. But black and trans women and femmes are being moved out of the city, right? And they're staying at home because of genocide against black trans women. And it's a small community, and we live in a fucking racist city. Sorry, little kids. I want to say talofa. I am Angayotiku Isis Hanan, and I'm a core team member and co-founder of the Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network, along with brilliant organizers such as Maddie Mooney, Lourdes Velasco, Yanni Robinson, Kelson Caldwell, and Constance Blakely, who are leading movement work in the state. I am from Samoa. I am a Fa'afine Pacific Indigenous trans woman. Okay. Come on with the fa'awinu. So Toxin, the work that we do, we move funds hospital or to their vet appointment. Whether it's cash for folks who are undocumented, Venmo, PayPal. So the next time you ask somebody for their pronouns, ask them for their PayPal, ask them for their Cash App, and give them money. So we work to support and uplift sex workers. We are sex workers. I am a sex worker, and I've been doing sex work since I was a teen. My body has never been mine. People and systems have policed my access to healthcare, housing, public spaces, community, and more. I've been criminalized by the state for the work that I do for survival. I've been caged with other sex workers for the work that we do for survival. We've been extorted. We've been forced to engage in sex with police officers. I've survived this long because of sex workers. Sex work has empowered me to fight for bodily autonomy, not only for myself, but for everyone else. This body is mine. Your body is yours. Your body is beautiful in every fucking way. It doesn't belong to this government. It isn't to be profited on by others. It isn't open for debate. All bodies are sovereign, just as this land is sovereign. When I say all bodies, I'm talking about fat bodies, trans bodies, aging bodies, queer bodies, black bodies, brown bodies, disabled bodies, immigrant bodies, trafficked bodies, youth bodies, caged bodies, and sex worker bodies. Yes, sex worker bodies. If you are not fighting for the bodily autonomy of sex workers, baby, you're not doing reproductive justice work. If you are not fighting or supporting sex workers, you're not doing disability justice work. You're not doing anti-human trafficking work. You're not doing environmental justice work. And you're not ending gender-based violence. This is the same work. We are all fighting for bodily autonomy. That looks like protecting disabled bodies, intersex bodies from non-consensual, medically unnecessary surgeries, women's bodies from sexual violence, trans bodies, queer bodies from conversion therapy, bodies with vaginas from genital mutilation, black bodies from police brutality and racist laws such as soda and soap. bodies behind bars from sexual assaults and torture, Black trans AMAP bodies from genocide, and all bodies from forced labor and coercion, all bodies from human trafficking. How do you support the body sovereignty of sex workers? You join Black and brown trans women and femmes in the fight for full decriminalization. That looks like decriminalizing sex work, drug use, HIV transmission, poverty, and more. Listen to us. Let us lead because we are fully capable. And fully capable to do our own policy work and to feed and house our community, move money directly into the hands of the community, and keep our community safe. Fight for land sovereignty. Give money to Duwamish people at payrollrent.org. Defund SPD, defund DOC, and move those funds to community-driven solutions. Our siblings that are currently caged in King County Jail, the youth jail, the prisons, the detention centers, need to be with community. We have always had the solutions to keep our people safe, housed, and fed. We can't get to these solutions if we aren't centering Black and brown trans women and femmes in our work. Centering bodies in our work and understanding it is the same fucking struggle. If you are being pushed into a corner finally, under the conditions of this global pandemic, understand that this isn't new. The conditions of this pandemic have always existed, have always been a reality for Black folks, Indigenous folks, BIPOC, queer and trans women, sex workers, disabled people, people living with chronic illness, people living with HIV and immunocompromised people. We know that the state has always used pandemics, such as COVID-19, to incite fear, police, and control our bodies. Healing and cultural practices, and strip of its resources, and sever our connections to land and community. It is important that we remain steadfast and learn from those who are most impacted on how we can how we can provide and heal our communities from the most recent trauma, on top of healing from intergenerational trauma. Learn from groups that have already spoken and the groups that are here doing this amazing work. Learn from sex workers. Learn from the Washington Black Trans Task Force. Learn from the Trans Women of Color Solidarity Network, Utopia Seattle, Project Greenlight, and support Sheree, who's running for office. TLC SWAT, Coalition for Safety and Rights. Learn from Black trans women and femmes. Learn from sex workers and let them lead. Don't make them do more labor. Support land and body sovereignty. Support Black and brown trans women fighting for full decriminalization. So before I go, I want folks to repeat, after me, and I want the city to hear this message. So the message is, my body is sovereign and sex work is work. We're gonna repeat this at least 10 times and gradually get louder, and I want this city to hear this message. So, my body is sovereign and sex work is work. Okay. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. My body is sovereign and sex work is work. Thank you.
Next we got Nikita, just to give a quick message. Seems like our presence is impacting some things. Peace family, if you have a so that our bail coordinating people are not being allowed to put bail on people's books. Did it get fixed? No, it's not been fixed yet. So there are a few doors, other
doors for the building, and we want to make sure if you could, on your Facebook or on your Twitter, let people know you're at a teach-in. I mean, we sitting down, ain't nobody even on their front doorstep, so there's no reason for them to be doing what they're doing. Go ahead and just let them know, King County Jail, let our people in and let our people go, right? Let our bail people in and let our incarcerated people go, word? Word. Next up, we have Ed Hampton from King County.
They lying. World. Because we know that there is a war on indigenous culture and African culture throughout this planet. Being born here, I naturally have to look at everybody who is white as somebody who is my enemy until you can prove otherwise. Why is that? Because for the last 450 years, that's who's been causing this genocide. And that's just real. All these people up in here are political prisoners, every single one. It doesn't matter what they did. The ones who are free right now, they're not thinking straight. The masses of us, we're not. That's why I don't see a lot of us out here. It should be double, triple what we see out here. I mean, I already know we're in Seattle, and you know what? We're like 9%, 4% of the population. 4% of the population. Get 4%. 4% of the population. So that's a factor in too. But we do have to remember that the last 50 years has been an even bigger war. A lot of people know about the war in the Black Panther Party and the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. But did you know that there was an FBI war on black bookstores? Go look it up. Black bookstores. Authors. People who have been telling our truth for I don't know how long. So I just want to talk about some of our brothers who we organized with inside of Stafford Creek, the Galvanizing Justice Freedom Coalition. You know what I'm saying? Give it up for my man Tomas Appleworky, one of the founders, holding it down inside. We just really want to make a call out to all lawyers, law students, everybody to just come get involved, because I don't know if y'all seen this article that was recently put out, and it was put out on the, I forget which website, but it was put out by the Supreme Court Justice in this state, and they talked about how they've been complicit in locking up black people, and this was just June 4th, 2020. They've been complicit in locking us up. So if that's the case, shouldn't they all be free? So I just want to go down this list a little bit. They got the 1-year time bar.
This time bar puts a cap on the Constitution rights. It's designed so black and brown won't have access to courts despite constitutional violations, which is illegal in this country. That's illegal. 2, the retroactive applications of law. Laws are being changed to accommodate white children who are now strung out on drugs, committing violent crimes. However, the judges are refusing to apply these new laws to those already affected. That's against the law. That's 2 right there of this criminal country. 3, mandatory minimum. This was designed to target black and brown, adopted from the federal court system fueled in racism. So no more mandatory minimums, focus on rehabilitation and re-examine resistance parole. That's what we need to do. Excuse me. That's what we need to do. No more mandatory minimums, focus on rehabilitation. 4, mother women suffrage. Women are targeted and affected by the judicial system. Their children, fathers, and husbands in prisons left to fend for the entire family, and new statistics show women, especially black women, are now incarcerated at higher rates. You can look women in criminal justice system. You can look that up. Google women in criminal justice system, and you'll see that black women is coming up. That's what comes up. 5, harmless error and standard evidence. This is to deny valid constitutional rights. It violates equal protection, and it is treasonous, and it rewards prosecutors for violating Constitution. Illegal. Everything is, all this is illegal, I'm reading. These people should be free. Free them all? Free them all? Say it loud enough so they can hear you. Free them all? Free them all! I should. 6, prosecutor. Prosecutors cover for corrupt police officers, allow perjury, hide evidence favorable to defense, falsify charging documents, amend charges in order to coerce a plea bargain, set high bail. The prosecutor's office hides Brady List, misconducts, charging practices in their database. Just all illegal stuff. 7, public defender pay. This is what we really want. We want public defenders to be paid the same as prosecutors. They're underpaid. They're underpaid. Well, how do you think they're going to tell us to plea? Especially like, hey, man, you might as well take this plea. You're facing all this time. You're only going to do this much time. Come on. They ain't getting paid that much to try and really help fight your case. 8, judicial discrimination and racism evidence. June 4th, 2020 letter from Washington State. Oh. And this is what I was just talking about. 9, this is very important because we don't want no new what? No new? No new? Imprisonment of children. Evidence that there's racist policies that have criminalized our children using auto declines, predator rhetoric, and you can look it up, other statistics to see how they criminalize this. I grew up in juvenile. I grew up in the old jail. So yeah, that's really all my time. I really just want to make sure that we all know that there's a war on African people, there's a war on indigenous sovereignty, there's a war on anything that's indigenous on this planet, because this culture, that's what we need to go back to practice. So we need to actively put this in practice and make sure that we're changing our culture, because we're communal people. And for us to be on these individuals is not in tune with nature. That's why the planet is dying. That's why we gotta have all these movements to try and save the green earth. Because it's gonna be barren in a second if we keep moving the way it's moving. So I just wanna end it. I want all my brothers and sisters inside of this joint, everybody inside this joint to hear, we gonna be all right.
Do you hear me? I also want to highlight that he has been one of the folks who are outside every day, you know, live streaming. So let's give
that's how we treat them. We can't buy our way out of jail, but right? Fuck the police. That's how we treat them. I think I want to tell my story. And the first time that I ever decided to yell freedom, my mom was going in labor right here. I had to learn how to survive because my birth certificate was one of those ones that said, Father unknown. They took away my guiding lights to navigate through this life, failed to this corrupt prison system. That ended up making me learn how to hustle, taught me how to fight. I was raised by the streets. I slept in public. I eventually met my mom at the age of 25. And at that moment, I only had one question for her. I said, ma'am, I forgive you, but who is my dad? She told me the name and everything, and I went on a slight, mild search. And as fate would have it, I was locked up right there. And a guy asked me, ma'am, who are your parents? And I told him the names, and he looked at me, and he said, you're my brother. And Dad is right upstairs. The impact of that, I was scared, I was nervous. Me and him ended up having the same take, and we got to know each other. Now fast forward a little more to this January. It's sad to say that I lost my father while he was in prison. He died in prison. Statistic going forward. I refuse to let my children, when I have children, be raised in a system Now I have to think about my mom. My mom got out 10 years ago. My mom is now clean, sober for 10 years. My mom has her AA degree. My mom is a shining example of a black woman that went through the ringer, went through the system, did everything that you could think of that goes on in these streets. And she survived. So all I can say, ma'am, is we need to change the system. We need to change how we approach the system. We need to change how we live in the system. There should be no more of us going homeless and having to fight every day just to get to a line of equality to have a chance to move forward. I hope my brothers and my sisters that are in there, free Duke, free Big Al, free Sweet, free Los, free Gooch, free everybody in there, and they are able to come out and have a second chance of rehabilitation, able to move forward with their life, right? And become the shining human beings that they're supposed to be. And I'll end by saying the same thing that I started with. Fuck the police. That's how we treat them.
That's a school. What's prison yard? So that's the school to prison pipeline. It's not a joke. It's not a myth. It's not a question. It's a fact. We can just look up and we see a pipeline from King County administration to the jailhouse. This is how America works. Build pipelines to create their power. So when we do solidarity work, what are we doing? We're building pipelines for our power. Yeah. And so right now I want to make sure that we know that this is the international struggle. When we talk about political prisoners, we're not just talking about in the United States. We're talking about worldwide. We're talking about globally. Primo Mia, let Asada come back. And so when we talk about internationalism, it's important that we understand the local issues that are occurring. That's what we have a lot of control and influence over, what happens locally. But it is important that we're educated about what's happening globally so we understand this shit ain't happening in isolation, y'all. It's not happening in isolation. The militarized police that's been beating people up and shot and in the streets, IOPS and Anak Bayan, and they're going to talk about how this struggle is international, not just locally. Y'all make some noise for LRT.
YAN is an alliance of progressive Filipino organizations that include youth, that include women, and fighting against U.S. imperialism. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. We're Today, to say, free them all. Free political prisoners and protesters and people jailed in the war on drugs and the war against the poor, both here in Seattle and in the Philippines. Free them all. We're also here to say and demand that we defund the police. Defund the police that are harassing Black, brown, and Indigenous communities. And defund the U.S. military that is waging wars of aggression and terrorizing my community in the Philippines. Defund the police. And while you're at it, if you're taking away money from the police, use that shit to fund community services and community institutions. We need people's institutions, people's movements, fighting for human rights and pro-people policies to fund the real community-owned solutions here in Seattle and also in the Philippines. Y'all, nationally, folks all over the U.S. have been watching our militant mass movement here in Seattle. And internationally, they're propping this too. So all over the world, folks are demanding freeing all protesters and all political prisoners. From Seattle to Palestine to the Philippines. Illegal occupation isn't an elder at the Northwest African American Museum who's currently occupying to demand services for community. Shout out to Omari. So, I want to do a chant with y'all. Y'all down? Yeah! All right. When I say long live, you say POC youth and innocent people. We demand that all charges against protesters be dropped and that we free the youth and all political prisoners and defund the police. It's chant time, guys. Not another dime is the call. The response is no more money for SPG's crimes. Got it? There we go. Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for SPG's crimes! It's right to rage and resist. When the government is feudalism. And other billionaires in the tech capital of the world in this city.
Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take. Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb. The real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
Welcome. Welcome to intermission. Welcome to intermission. Yeah, intermission.
tonight. With a fireworks celebration, 8,500 people are expected to be in attendance tonight. Protesters, most of them Native American protesters, are now and have been for the last 15 minutes blocking the entrance to the event. They pulled up very rapidly. Our crew was right behind them in line to enter. They pulled up very rapidly and blocked the road with 3 white vans, and they then proceeded to basically slash the tires of those vans so that the vans could not be moved out of the way by the police. So the police right now are faced with a difficult decision. These folks, as you can see, don't look too happy. They have lots of people waiting to get into the event tonight, but they are not able to. And the police are trying to figure out a course of action right now. The president's supposed to speak around 10:10 p.m. Eastern time, preceding a fireworks show here at Mount Rushmore, the first fireworks show in 10 years here at Mount Rushmore. Our crew is live on scene and have been for the last 2 hours. We'll continue to follow this story as it is developing. We're going to go back live to Liz and Jordan here at Mount Rushmore in just a second. If you can get them, Miles, on the line and tell them that we're ready for them now. We continue to watch the scene unfold here. We do have a couple of cameras set up around. Miles, if you can go to that split right now. We do have a Mount Rushmore cam ready for the flyovers that are supposed to happen tonight. We have flyovers and fireworks supposed to happen tonight, and, as well as the speech from President Trump. You can see that all here on this stream, so don't go anywhere. We are going to stay with the protesters. Hopefully we can get this cleared up so some folks can get in. We'll be back soon. I'll be back in the studio to update you as we get more information. But now let's go back to Liz and Jordan.
As well, and I'm the National Committee Woman of Young Republicans in Oregon.
Zoe Bethel by chance? She's on South as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty new to it too.
Okay, so cool. 1 minute and we should be live. But yeah, we can talk about all of it. You look beautiful.
Thank you, you too.
Trying.
Yes.
It's hot here.
I was just at the Trump Students for Trump event in Arizona.
Oh, I didn't
like last week.
So great. Okay, let me know, headquarters, if you can hear me, and we will, Joe, if you'll just shoot me a text. Okay, so yeah, I've got a couple interviews here today, just about what's going on really quickly, and we will actually stand with this in the background, seems more fitting, hopefully safely. Gage, do you mind stepping that way? So again, my name's Liz Willis. Jordan, will you just keep an eye on my back? Watch my six. So what's your name and where are you from?
My name is Christina Maliman, and I'm from Portland, Oregon.
And what brought you here today to South Dakota?
I came here to support Donald Trump. I think what he has been doing is just amazing, and we can't appreciate him enough for all that he's done and for his courage and for his love for our country.
I heard you mention earlier that your family, their ancestors were actually from the Soviet Union. Is that correct? And could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so I was born in Moldova, which is Eastern Europe, former Soviet Union. And my great-grandpa was killed in jail for being Christian during the Soviet Union time. So he was 29 years old he was put to jail for being Christian. He was given the choice to either to say that he no longer believes in God, or if he was going to just say, no, I don't believe in God, and be free. And so he's a hero of faith, and he's an example for me. And so he was put to jail at 29 and was killed. My grandpa then also was put to jail for 5 years. And so America accepted us for freedom of religion, for, we also stand for the Christian values. And so America is just the biggest blessing, and we need to fight and do everything to not allow it to go where it's going, because, it's scary to see where it's going, and it's heading that same direction where we came from.
And you mentioned earlier, I completely agree, but you mentioned earlier, sounds like you're actually doing something about this. You're not just sitting back and watching it happen because you are running for an office. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's been a calling from me, from the Lord, to step up and to make a difference. And I know that it takes all hands on deck in order to make a difference. Donald Trump is fighting very strongly, but we need to help him. He cannot do it all on his own. And so I took the call, and I asked God to lead me, and I will be running for office in Oregon. And also I'm the National Committee Woman of Young Republicans in Oregon. I'm also with Turning Point USA.
We love Turning Point.
Yes, me too. And Falkirk, I'm also with them as well, an ambassador.
Very impressive. Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 27.
27, me too. Very cool. Nice to see a fellow 27-year-old up here. Last question for you. What do you think of everything that's going on today? I know it's a loaded question, but just off the top of your head, have you been scared? Do you feel safe? Were you expecting this type of protest?
I certainly wasn't expecting this here. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I see this all the time, and it's unfortunate that people are acting in such way. We live in a free country, and a president is coming here, a president that's done so much for us, and it's unbelievable that people think in such ways and are so disrespectful for our country and for what it stands for. So it's unfortunate, but hopefully they're not causing any harm for others.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time, and hopefully you can get up there and celebrate the 4th of July soon.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Okay.
Show the protesters, please. Thanks. Thanks so much, Liz. We're back here on the ground in Keystone, South Dakota. Behind me is where the protesters has assembled. If you're just joining us, welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we're in Keystone, South Dakota. It is 4:45 local time, 6:45 on the East Coast, and what you're seeing behind me is a few hundred protesters who have gathered, blocking the entrance to Mount Rushmore, which is just a couple miles up the road. They brought these 3 white vans in that you see behind me, jacked them up, removed the tires, slashed some of the tires, and have created a physical barrier on this road, blocking the entrance to the park. Law enforcement, as you can see behind me, has created a line as well, although there have not been any altercations between law enforcement and the protesters themselves. A few moments ago, law enforcement announced over a loudspeaker that this is an unlawful assembly, and those who remain here will be arrested, although we have not seen any arrests thus far. The president is scheduled to land on the ground here in just a couple hours from now. He is wheels up from Joint Base Andrews momentarily, if he is not already. Cell service is pretty shoddy out here, so I haven't had a chance to check those updates. But again, these protesters, mostly peaceful. There have not been any violence thus far, although they are blocking the entrance to the park. This situation, it appears as though law enforcement is trying to figure out what's going on, how they can change this and reopen up the park, but we have not seen any movement or any action as of yet. We expect to see some developments in the moments to come as they figure out how they can get these vans out of here, how they can non-violently disassemble these protesters, although I have a feeling it won't end very peacefully. They are wearing face masks, they're wearing gloves, they have signs, they have goggles, they're playing music, doing chants occasionally. So the situation is continuing to unfold here in Keystone, South Dakota, just a few miles from Mount Rushmore, where the president is set to address supporters there ahead of a fireworks display that will take place later this evening. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in Keystone, South Dakota, just a little over a mile from Mount Rushmore, where indigenous protesters have blocked the entrance to the park physically with these vans. No one can get through. Traffic and attendees with tickets are not able to make their way through. This is usually where the ticket checkpoint is, although that has now been entirely overrun with these protesters. Again, a couple hundred have assembled here By my estimates, there are a few Trump supporters who have kind of moved into to display as well, although the two sides, the two groups are not engaging with each other, thankfully. So the situation is developing. We were the first media outlet on the ground here, the first one bringing you coverage. We literally pulled up as this developed. We were sitting in the car as we saw these vans pull in. We thought initially they were in law enforcement, but we heard a few loud pops, which were the tires being slashed, and from then is this divulged into the situation it currently is now. If you can see to my right, that is actually the town of Keystone, South Dakota. We are just maybe a half a mile up from the downtown area where we are staying and where we were broadcasting earlier. And then you see up this road towards the entrance of Mount Rushmore is where these protesters have assembled. Again, if you're just joining us, this situation is continuing to unfold as these protesters physically block the entrance to Mount Rushmore. Again, keep it right here with Right Side. We are staying on the ground, providing continuing live coverage of these protesters, of these events, in anticipation of the president's remarks. We've not heard any updates yet on how this will change, if these protesters will be disbanded, but as soon as we hear anything, we'll be sure to let you know. But again, for right now, keep it right here with Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're back here at the Right Side Studio, Auburn, Alabama. We have two reporters on the scene there in Keystone, South Dakota, just outside Mount Rushmore, where President Trump's event is supposed to happen. He is supposed to speak at 10:10 Eastern Time tonight, which would precede the fireworks show there at Mount Rushmore. And three vans pulled up. We were right behind them in line. Our crew was right behind them in line, the entrance to the park. And they just really quickly basically just blocked the road and slashed all the tires so that the trucks could not be moved easily. Then they jumped on top of them, and they're creating an entire scene here as folks are trying to get in, but they cannot get in, so the police are not letting anyone in right now, and things are a little bit tense, as you can see here. We have Liz Willis, Jordan Parker on the scene there, and we'll continue to stay with this. We do have cameras. Miles, if you could switch again to the two split. We have cameras looking at Mount Rushmore. There are supposed to be flyovers. Maybe the Blue Angels are rumored to possibly be making an appearance tonight, and so we have all angles covered for you with the president speaking tonight at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, and the fireworks show will be able to. But for now, let's stay here at the entrance of Mount Rushmore. Let's go back live right now to our correspondents on the scene, Liz Willis and Jordan Parker, as we continue to monitor the situation here at Mount Rushmore.
Why is he going to carry around? Now, why don't you put your step down? Come and talk to me face to face. I don't give a shit what it is. Liz. Run 2020! I'm a girl 2020! You're a coward! You never served! You never served! Never!
They start going at each other. You gotta be I'll be the first one targeted. I'm pretty sure this is Again, if you're just joining us, we are in Keystone, South Dakota, just a couple miles from Mount Rushmore, where people have begun to protest, physically blocking the road with these 3 white vans you see behind me. They have removed or slashed the tires, making them physically unable to drive. It's probably going to take tow trucks or flatbeds to get these things out of here, but they are not going to be moving on wheels, I can tell you that much. A couple hundred protesters now blocking the road. Again, the entrance to Mount Rushmore. This is right where the ticket checkpoint is. Those who have tickets to attend this event where the president's going to speak, this is where their tickets were being checked until these protesters assembled. We pulled up just as these vans sped in here. We thought they were law enforcement, but then we heard a few loud, what sounded like explosions, but in reality, tires being slashed and popped. Some Trump supporters have now gathered behind me. They are yelling Trump 2020 and exchanging insults with the protesters on the Mount Rushmore side. If this situation divulges into violence, we're obviously going to move. We want to protect our crew, protect our equipment, ensure we are safe. But as long as it remains peaceful, we're going to stay here continuing to bring you coverage. Law enforcement seems to have the situation under control. There has not been any violence as of yet, but they are still distancing themselves from the protesters. They have not interacted with them physically yet, although they did threaten to arrest them, and so this is an unlawful protest a few moments ago over a loudspeaker. We're just about a half mile up from Keystone, South Dakota. Behind me, law enforcement. Okay, can press stay? Can press stay?
Everyone is being immediately told to leave. We don't know if that means that it's possible that law enforcement is going to do something to rectify this situation. Again, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in Keystone, South Dakota, where President Trump is scheduled to give his remarks at 8 p.m. tonight. Protesters are currently in front of the main road that gets to the entrance, and they are blocking it from anyone who wants to get up. Tickets or no tickets, you are no longer able to get up this hill that will allow you to get to the entrance of the Keystone Arena Amphitheater where President Trump is speaking. These are very angry protesters. It has been scary at certain points. We were the first ones on the scene. We heard loud explosions. It turned out these protesters came up in vans. They immediately parked horizontal and blocked off the entire road. And not just that, they didn't just put their cars in park. They actually popped their tires. These were loud explosions that we could hear, very scary, as my reporters were actually getting out of the car. So I'm glad everyone is safe. We haven't seen any injuries yet, some light tensions. But right now, the sheriff's department is instructing everyone to leave. Of course, the protesters are not leaving. We've backed away a little bit to be a little bit more safe. But there are a lot of President Trump supporters here today who are so eager to see their president. They want to take in the 4th of July and celebrate America and what it stands for, and they're currently unable to do so. I will say that everyone for both parties did a relatively good job, no violence, a good job of really just staying calm. Nothing really physical happened that we saw on our end. So far we are here. We will stay as long as we can to show you what's going on. Again, we are Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we are live, Keystone, South Dakota. Keep in mind, we're almost entirely viewer funded, so for crazy content like this, we rely on your donations. There are a number of ways you can donate. You can click the $sign in the bottom right-hand corner on the YouTube Super Chat. You can check out our website if you'd like to learn more about us or donate. You can go to www.rsbnetwork.com/donate, and a non-electronic form of a donation could be a check. So you can send a check to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Moderator, if you'll drop all that down below. And on a much lighter note, a happier note, we do have a partner for today's event. We're so excited. This is a 2-day partner for President Trump's trip to Mount Rushmore. So we want to thank you to Disney Coins for helping get us here and for doing one of our biggest giveaways to date for our viewers. So head over to DisneyCoins.com. That's DISME coins.com. Make sure to click the giveaway tab on the left side of the screen. Click July 4th, enter your email. You'll be entered to win. The more people that enter, the more that we'll be giving away. So we'll get back to that later. Of course, check out Disney. Use code 4th for a discount. But right now, of course, there is some crazy stuff behind me. I want to make sure that everyone is safe. I like to know that Jordan's here covering my 6. Media is being asked to stay behind this right now. A lot of people are not happy with that, but it makes a lot of sense to me. Because when people are, and I'll use the term unhinged, I just think that the police are doing the best that they can. What do you think about it? There's mixed opinions.
Obviously, this situation happened before our eyes, so we haven't had much time to process this. I believe the police are pushing us back. More law enforcement are slowly trickling in. I think once they, because again, as we mentioned, we've been on the air literally since this happened. So law enforcement saw it right when we saw it. We expected protests. We did not expect this sort of organization, roadblocks, tire slashing, a physical barrier. Law enforcement has now pushed us back. I anticipate that could be because they will attempt to remove these protesters so the event can continue. Again, the President of the United States is going to be here in just over 3 hours. They need to make sure the security and the integrity of this event, maintain the perimeter to protect the President, his entourage, and all of the attendees that are going to be here. Again, there has been no physical altercation or interactions between the protesters and the police. They're maintaining their distance. They did issue one warning over the loudspeaker a few moments ago saying that this is an unlawful gathering and that they will be arrested if they do not move. We have not seen any arrest as of now because, again, I think they're trying to figure out what happened. Again, there are more updates, photos on our social media. We're sorry we're not able to get closer, but we need to be respectful of law enforcement, the job they're trying to do. Yes, we are doing our job, but we want to make sure they're able to safely do their job as well. You can follow us at RSB Network on Twitter for the latest, as you can follow Liz Willis at Liz Willis _ and again, we're live at Jordan Parker _ live on Twitter to see the latest updates of what is going on behind us. We'll continue to bring you updates. Again, if you're just joining us, Keystone, South Dakota, just about a mile from Mount Rushmore. We were down behind where the camera is about a half mile a little earlier doing interviews. At that time, probably 2 hours ago, we saw 24 peaceful protesters walk through, but we did not imagine it would divulge into the situation you are now seeing behind us. Okay, Liz is going to see if we can talk to some more supporters here, but until we get kicked out, we are going to continue to observe what's going on, bring you what's going on, because this is happening before our eyes. Again, we're the first media network out here showing what happened. These vans pulled up as we pulled up and got out of the car. So the situation is unfolding as we speak. It's only been going on for less than an hour now. Law enforcement has not moved in to attempt to move the protesters yet, although I do see what appears to be a gathering of law enforcement behind us. So, of course, if they tell us to move, we're going to move as quickly as possible so they can do their job, but also to make sure our crew is safe, we are safe, our equipment's safe, because at the end of the day, we're not going to jeopardize our health and our safety here today. But there is some coordination going on. Law enforcement is moving. There is movement around here, coordinating an effort to remove these vans. Again, these vans, if you did not hear, their wheels have been either removed or their tires slashed. So these vans physically cannot move. They will not be driven out of here. They will be either on a tow truck, on a flatbed, but they are not going out on their own wheels or being driven. So that adds a layer of complexity to this. And the National Guard is now here. We are seeing uniformed, either military, National Guard, I'm unsure, but multiple vans, vehicles of National Guard, National Guardsmen. Going to hear this announcement behind me. If you did not hear that announcement, the police just said over the loudspeaker, this is an unlawful protest. You will be arrested if you can. He said they're saying they will allow them to go back to their original area of protest, which was cordoned off, allowing movement, but they cannot block the roads. They are not allowing them to block the road. That is unlawful. They said they will be arrested if they refuse to comply here. We are seeing what appears to be National Guard or some form of military arriving now. They were mobilized fairly quickly as this happened just less than an hour from now. You see that back there? National Guard arriving or military with riot shields, and they are about to move in and disband what is going on behind us. We're going to continue to be live here as long as we can. Again, less than an hour since this has happened. National Guard are now here. Law enforcement is here. These protesters are not budging. These vans cannot be moved without a tow truck or a flatbed. They are physically disabled. We're going to continue to bring you updates from the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota as this situation develops. Liz, do you want to talk to a few protesters briefly? Or not protesters, supporters briefly.
All right, I've got George, I believe.
The cops are talking to the demonstrators.
Sir, can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your name again and where are you from?
Team Phoenix, Arizona.
What, in your word, is going on here today, right now?
Well, this is totally insane, and I think it's unjustifiable because I don't have a problem. They want to protest, but they could protest on the side of the road. I have no problem at all. They have the right to do so. But blocking the road is totally, absolutely insane, and they have no right to do so. This is nothing but bullying, period. End of story. And If the cops not going to be able to do it, we will. Simple as that, because this has been going on for months now, for weeks. In every city you see, this is it. It's called nothing but bullying, and we're not going to put up with it anymore.
What do you think is a good solution for the cops to do? You've seen how these protesters are. They're angry. They're not listening as well. They're not moving. They've been asked to move already. So what type of force is going to be necessary for this road to open back up and allow these patriots to get to Mount Rushmore to celebrate the 4th of July with their president?
I believe the cops should step on the side and let us handle this thing, because their hands are tight. It's as simple as that. It's very simple. Their hands are tight by law. They cannot do much, but we can.
So you would be essentially willing to put your life on the line?
Absolutely. I was in the front line. I served 14 years in the front line as a U.S. Marine Corps, so I can put up with this. So no problem at all. So if they want to come in, no problem. I got 2 hands and 2 feet. I got no weapons, but I can take care of these people.
Well, thank you so much. That was very powerful. And thank you for serving 14 years in the United States Marine Corps. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Keep us updated.
I think this is totally absurd. And I think the cops should just step aside, and because once you start touching these people, harassing them, they're going to get liable. So the best thing it is, let us do it. Let us go in there and then take care of this. Because this is going to happen. If you don't take care of it right now, this will keep on going and going. And it has happened for weeks on now. Look at what's going on throughout the whole cities. They're throwing out statues. Nobody's saying anything to them. Nothing.
Well, realistically, there's 100 or so protesters. There's one of you. I'm not sure how many people around us would be willing to kind of not maybe fight, protest. I don't know.
Trust me, it will take me less than 2 hours to go down the street and gather some people. I will have more than double of those people in there. We will take care of these people.
Give the power back to the American people is what it sounds like here today. If you look down the street, it looks like the National Guard is making their way up the hill. Keep in mind, this is a steep hill, so that's quite a hike they've got to do alone. But they're here. They are already being welcomed by claps from those who are here to support the 4th of July parade. Again, the Sheriff's Department has done an incredible job here today to keep everything separated and as peaceful as possible. There have been no physical confrontations on this side that we've been able to see so far. So hopefully it remains that way. Hopefully the protesters will move, because at the end of the day, this is illegal. Camera up, camera up, camera up. All right. We have a military plane, military chopper coming in hot right now. This is earlier than any scheduled flyovers, so not sure if this is related, but hopefully we will be able to figure that out. Again, got a chopper. I'll check my email right now. We're, of course, on the scene. Normally, another helicopter coming overhead as the National Guard is walking up. They did stop, and it looks like they are moving on again. So we are truly just in the middle of an insane movement. Let me check the internet right now.
Watch this. Look at this.
All right, you see... Police are coming in full force right now, so I will correct myself. Police, not National Guard. They are fully equipped right now to deal with. Currently, they are literally marching up to the front lines to take care of this situation. Again, fully outfitted, shields, face masks, and they are headed towards the protesters right now. Camera's gonna get that. We've got the camera. Again, police are headed and trying to get a good read as far as weapons go. I see handguns, batons, and that's about it as far as what they seem to be carrying. Nothing outrageous. They are now forming a line, a barrier protecting the two groups from each other. It looks like they have actually taken place. They have taken the place of the local sheriff's department, and they are pushing forward. Again, they are pushing forward, saying move. They're using peaceful force to push the protesters back. People are mad. Looks like there has been the first physical confrontation that we've seen so far. Again, first physical confrontation that we've seen. 5:08 p.m. We'll keep you updated and let you know if anything changes. We'll be quiet during this because we do need to stay focused and alert. Police do not have weapons drawn. Nothing is pulled. They simply have shields. They are lining themselves in a horizontal line, elbow to elbow, marching forward, saying move. The goal at the end of the day here is to open up this road. This road should not have been blocked. That is illegal. People want to get up the mountain. This has been going on for about a little over an hour now.
Well, this is Native American. The difference crap right here.
Do you mind if I ask y'all some questions? Your face won't even be on camera. We're just talking. Camera's on that way. So what do you... Cool. You're like the second Hawaiian people I've met today. So what do you think? What's going on right now in your own words?
This is what happens back home in Hawaii. We're protesting stuff that's a couple hundred years old, but it gets mixed in with what's happening today in America, and it ain't. It's the wrong fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're fighting for something 300 years ago. It's not the time.
Yeah, and Hawaii especially, I know there's a lot of heritage when it comes to ancestry, and kind of, like you said, the same thing did happen. So is there a time when you give up and you just give up this fight, or do you think they ever will?
People got to educate themselves as natives, and we never had the opportunities before that we have nowadays. So you got to realize that through education that this ain't it. Violence and stuff like this around against the wrong government is not going to get what we need.
Are you scared right now? How do you feel in front of this event?
No. There's an Osprey back there. There's special forces in here. Secret Service. I ain't scared.
All right, wonderful. And do you have any thoughts on the event that's taking place right now between the police and the protesters?
No, not really. I'm just here for the show.
All right, cool. Enjoy the show. We have what?
That's not even Americans. That's fascists. That's not even Americans.
We have one woman being detained right now. Was she screaming in German?
Yeah, she's screaming in German.
Allegedly, she was not speaking English. I didn't hear. But so far, one, I would say, Caucasian female has been detained.
Thanks so much, Liz. What you're seeing now is armed I don't know if they're military or police. The riot shield said police, armed military in camo, engaging with protesters. One has been arrested. Signs have been stripped from them, and they are now clashing right in front of those white vans. If you're just joining us, I'm Jordan Parker reporting live for Right Side Broadcasting Network from Keystone, South Dakota, just about a mile from Mount Rushmore, where protesters have used 3 white vans to physically block the entrance to Mount Rushmore. What appears to be armed police or National Guard have now arrived with riot shields, as you can see in the camo and the helmets. They have now moved forward to the area where...
Go to the car.
Yes, yep. They're on top of the vans. They are... Another person has been arrested. Another person has been arrested. As you can see, we're going to maintain safety here. We're going to do our best to ensure our crew is safe, our gear is safe. Again, this situation is unfolding right before our eyes. We don't know where this could go, but now the protesters are clashing with police. People are being arrested. The National Guard or armed police in camo is here.
One white Caucasian-looking woman.
A Caucasian woman and an African-American male have been detained for the Native American protest. Some signs are being taken from them, and they're being walked back down towards Keystone. police are ensuring that we stay back to maintain our safety and so that law enforcement can do their job. Again, these vans are going to have to be either bulldozed out of here, they're put on a flatbed or a tow truck because the vehicles have been physically disabled, the tires have been slashed, and or removed from the vehicles entirely. The police said they're welcome to go back to their area where they were protesting before, the peaceful protesting area just around this corner here. They had tents set up, but they decided they were going to move beyond that, block the street, and do what they are doing now. Again, RSBN was the first news network on the scene here. We pulled up just as these vans pulled up, saw the tires being slashed, saw the tires being removed, and then about 30 to 45 minutes later is when these armed men and women in camo that you see here arrived. So the situation is continuing to unfold before our eyes as they attempt to remove these ahead of the president's arrival. The president is scheduled to speak in 2 hours and 45 minutes at 8 p.m. local time, 10 p.m. Eastern. Right now it is 5:13 local time, 7:15 on the East Coast. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Jordan Parker, along with Liz Willis. We are on the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota, between downtown Keystone and Mount Rushmore, where these Native American indigenous protesters are protesting what they say is stolen land. They have a list of demands they've been yelling out, a variety of signs, and again, they're physically blocking access to the park where ticketed attendees were going. More people are coming up here to watch. Obviously, this is a very heated situation, a very new situation that is just unfolding before our eyes in the last hour. The president, again, is slated to give his remarks at 8 p.m. local time, under 3 hours from now. That is why you see armed and uniformed police or National Guard, we're not 100% sure, that have moved in to engage with the protesters and move them out of the way. We've seen 2 people be detained, arrested thus far, an African-American male and a Caucasian woman were taken away in those zip tie sort of handcuff things. We've seen a few signs being taken from their hands. Water bottles have been thrown. There's riot shields, helmets, and the work. So this situation is developing. Right Side is the first and only one live on the scene right now. So keep it right here with Right Side Broadcasting Network as we continue to bring you continuing coverage of the events unfolding here ahead of the president's remarks at the 4th of July celebration and the fireworks that are to come after that. We're being respectful of law enforcement, keeping our distance so they've requested, to make sure we don't interfere with their job and they don't interfere with our job as well. More media has arrived. We're the only ones broadcasting live on the scene as of now. Now, if you have been staying up to date with this event, this was a very contentious event. There were lots of reports and outrage from the indigenous community, from the Native American community about this event taking place. But nonetheless, the White House, the President, and the National Park Service, as well as the South Dakota governor, have proceeded with this event. We knew there were going to be protests. There were talks of that now been for weeks, but we did not expect it to divulge into the situation you were seeing now live on camera right in front of us. There has not been, it hasn't been violent per se. It doesn't appear anyone's been injured as of yet, but now, as you can see, these men and women in camo have just advanced here and are starting to engage with the protesters staged in front of these white vans. They did announce a few moments ago that the protesters could return to their peaceful protesting zone just around the corner up there, but that did nothing to move them at all. Again, make sure you're staying up to date with all the updates. You can follow us at RSB Network on Twitter. We're posting videos and images there, as well as at Jordan Parker _ over on Twitter. I'm posting videos and images there as well as my coworker Liz Willis at Liz Willis _ over on Twitter. There is a small group of Trump supporters surrounded where the press is. They are occasionally yelling at these protesters, but they themselves and this other group of protesters have not physically clashed yet, and police are doing a great job of keeping them apart. Police are now moving us to the side. As they said, they're making way for more people to come through. We're unsure as to what that is, but the amount of law enforcement vehicles continues to amass here at the location of this protest. Unsure as to why there is cheering, but law enforcement is being pushed back in some capacity. Law enforcement's now asking us to move back, so we're going to do that to ensure the safety of our crew and equipment, as we're not out here to be injured, of course. No rubber bullets have been fired. No tear gas has been fired as of yet, like we've seen in protests around the country. But of course, if any of that changes, we'll be sure. Again, they're moving back now. Just carry it.
I'm tempted to move the van farther back.
Okay, the protesters are moving. It appears the protesters are moving away from the vans. We're unsure as to what's going on. Did you see what happened?
Gas is coming.
Gas.
What do you think?
Okay. Where's Gage? Gage, come back here. People are smoking things out there. Not sure what it is.
I just say.
Okay, sage. Interesting tactic, but they're using sage now. Again, we've been told there may be tear gas coming. That's unconfirmed, but as soon as that happens, we'll be sure to let you know. But we're not going to end up in a situation where our safety is compromised. Police are now moving us back to ensure our safety. They're bringing enforcements back as well.
From the back, moving the car back.
If anything happens, we're going to move our vehicle, make sure we're safe. Again, if you're just tuning in, Right Side Broadcasting Network, Jordan Parker here on the scene in Keystone, South Dakota, where protesters are physically blocking the entrance to Mount Rushmore ahead of the president's event in just around 3 hours from now. We showed up on the scene right as this happened. These three white vans pulled up. The tires were slashed in some. The other ones were jacked up and removed. So these vans physically cannot be moved on their own two wheels. They're going to have to be either towed out, bulldozed out, put on a flatbed, something, but they will not be moving on their own. That appears National Guard or armed police in camo with riot shields has also assembled on the other side of these vans. So these, we're hearing that they may start to tear gas. Obviously don't want to get any of that in our eyes. Come this way. And we're going to do what we can to maintain the safety of our crew here in Keystone, South Dakota. Again, Right Side showed up right on the scene as this was happening, as these vans pulled up. And these... Okay, Gage, keep coming back here. We're going to keep coming back. Excuse us. I want to make sure that our crew remains safe, not in a compromised situation. Again, we're here on the ground, Right Side Broadcasting Network in Keystone, South Dakota, as these protesters have used three vans to block the entrance to Mount Rushmore. They either removed the tires or slashed the tires.
New car location.
Blocked it, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little hectic here. We're doing our best to maintain the safety of our crew while the situation unfolds. It's developing, as you see, live on camera now. So what happens next, thank you, is your and my best guess. More law enforcement continues to show up. We've seen what appear to be National Guard vehicles, 2 medical National Guard vehicles. There are tons of sheriff, tons of law enforcement, ambulance. The works is here. Again, just about a mile from Mount Rushmore is where this is taking place. There has seemed to be a lull in the action. We're unsure what the next move is, but again, a lull in the action here in Keystone. These protesters, if you're just joining us, have removed the tires or slashed the tires on those 3 white vans that you see in the shot right now. So these vans cannot move, cannot be driven under their own power. They cannot be driven out of here. They're going to have to be bulldozed or put on a flatbed, tow truck, something of the sort. But as a physical roadblock for the access road to Mount Rushmore, which is just on the other side of that tree line. You can't see it from here, but I assure you it's there. We've been pushed back by law enforcement, unsure as why, but we assume something is about to happen as they extended the perimeter around where these vans are. Protesters have shuffled locations a little bit. They are no longer right in the faces of law enforcement and vice versa. So we anticipate something happening in the next few moments here. Again, we're doing all we can to make sure our crew is safe, to make sure our equipment is safe, while still bringing coverage of the protests happening right in front of you. More media has slowly started to trickle in, but I assure you, Right Side was the first one on the scene here. We literally pulled up in our vehicles as these vans approached at a high speed. The protesters jumped out. We heard a few large pops, which were the tires being slashed.
The term explosion.
Explosion, yeah. We heard what sounded like an explosion.
Pops don't scare me. That
True.
noise did.
That's fair. Fair assessment. Pops don't scare Liz, she said, but explosions do. It was quite jarring, I have to say. And tires went down. Jacked up the vans. They used drills to remove the lug nuts, took the tires and wheels off the vans so they physically cannot move from their locations, and created this physical barrier again just before they showed up. This was the checkpoint where attendees got ticketed or showed their tickets to go into the event, where the president's slated to begin his remarks in just 2.5 hours from now. But right now, attendees have... Are we upwind? Which way is the wind blowing?
Right now.
That way?
But
okay.
It was blowing the other way. It's going back and forth, but right now it's that way.
It appears they are all reaching into their bags for something. And they all just individually did it. It looks like they almost put something in their mouth. I don't know if some of them just got water, but the masks have been put back on. Officially, they are all just kind of messing with their masks right now. It looks like it doesn't know. I'm not sure with military protocol. It looks like they are getting ready to either go in with tear gas. Sheriffs are asking people to step back again. So based on what you see here right now, what do you think is going to be the next action that the police will take?
I think they're going to pop tear gas if they don't move. You see them blocked in on the backside? They made a line on the backside and they're boxing them in. So
it's hard to see. I'm 5'4".
Once they put on their mask, they're going to pop gas.
That's what I have been watching right now. Looks like they're all securing their masks and kind of getting ready for a battle.
Yeah, when you see sheriffs back up, it's gas time.
When you see the sheriffs back up, that is our turn to also back up. Very true.
Wind changes direction. We got a dip because wind's going that way right now. Yeah.
Right.
That's where
I'm
not getting gas today.
Gage. Sorry, we are trying to deal with literal split-second decisions right now. I am in charge of a team of 4 other guys that are with me right now. Fortunately, we did have 2 of my friends with us, and they've been great security, keeping me aware of everything that I can't see myself. We've got...
All right, Joe Seals here live at the RSBN studio, updating you really quick as our crew is getting into position now for what looks like to be a push from the police and law enforcement here on scene at Mount Rushmore, as the protesters have been blocking the entrance, as the Patriots have been lining up to get into President Trump's event tonight at Mount Rushmore. And we were there as it first happens, as it all unfolded. We were right behind these people in line when all of a sudden 3 vans came out of nowhere and they blocked the road. Then they got out and slashed the tires so that they could not be moved. The vehicles could not be moved. We've been here for now a little over an hour covering this, and now the police are getting ready to make a move of some sort, and we are continuing to monitor this, as we have been live now for 3 hours total today, and we will be showing you President Trump's speech. If you're tuning in for that, he is scheduled to speak at 10:10 p.m. Eastern time tonight, live from inside the park there at Mount Rushmore, along with the fireworks display. We have cameras across the city and are ready to show you all the action, but we're going to stay here now with what we have now. Now you're looking at the protesters, Native American protesters, upset, as we've been talking about all week, that this event taking place here at Mount Rushmore. So far, we've seen little violence, but things have gotten pretty tense. I think one of the protesters stole a police shield, and so we are currently awaiting the police to make their move. So we're going to go back live. Liz and Jordan there, as we look now to live video coming out of Mount Rushmore here in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Joe Sills here with you live at rsbnetwork.com. Appreciate y'all hanging in there with us, staying with us throughout the day. It's been our pleasure to bring you this coverage, and just a sad scene right here as police stand around and patriots try to get inside. We'll see what happens. Stay tuned to our live coverage. Go ahead.
I am curious if you drink water before you go and gas out somebody.
You always want to be hydrated before you do these kinds of activities.
Have you ever seen this type of activity before?
Not face to face, but I would like to point out it was very interesting. A gentleman that looked like he was not a part of any kind of law enforcement rolled up with a dolly full of water, like packages of water, rolled right up to the police officers, the sheriff, and the National Guard, and screamed, "Does anybody want any water?" And they all turned and started passing out bottles. It was really awesome. It was like, it was just cool that they accepted the fact that a big portion of this crowd, a vast majority of us, are behind them and are willing to support them. And if they are getting dehydrated, because by the way, this is not a very fast event. This is a slow rolling event where they first came in, they assembled. It took a while before they were all assembled. They marched up the street, and then they confronted the protesters head on, and they arrested several of them that literally physically attacked them. And then they backed off, and it was interesting. A lot of the Trump supporters and the ones that are trying to get through here, the ones that are against the protesters, actually believe that the sheriffs were protecting the protesters, when in actuality they were trying to clear us out so that they can physically remove them, in which case we are seeing unfold right now. And the next step at this point will be to send the gas, not necessarily gas, it's tear gas, I guess is what they call it. And that's what you're about to see here. We are unprotected at this point, so we are going to go ahead and capture this for you so that we can bring this straight to your computer, right to your TV screen right now. And it is a slow process, which is why they needed that hydration. It's very methodical. It's like they're going through their standard operating procedure, and now we await for the next step. They did a lot of them donned gas masks, so they will be able to be protected when they launch the tear gas. They're still continuing to try to clear the crowd. It's interesting, what you don't know unless you're here is that the wind is in flux. So you have, sometimes the wind is blowing towards us and sometimes it's blowing away from us. Sometimes we're upwind, sometimes we're downwind. And that is definitely disconcerting to us, because we might get it just as bad as the protesters. But periodically the wind will go the other direction, and then we are in a safe location. But I don't think that that's going to last. I think that eventually we're going to get it pretty bad. A little bit to like right here. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to hand it back over to Jordan.
Thank you so much. Yes, the situation continues. Do we need that? Go ahead. Oh. I'll hold on to it. Okay. Situation continues to develop here. Again, Jordan Parker for Right Side Broadcasting Network on the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota, just about a mile from Mount Rushmore. Cameraman Gage Fuller doing an incredible job up on the front line there. Just to his right, you can't see this, but are the National Guard. I did confirm it was the National Guard and sheriff's officers. We're a little bit back here. Our reporters, myself and Liz Willis, are staying just backed. So in case the situation develops, spirals out of control in a dangerous manner, we maintain the integrity and safety of our crew. There is, we have heard rumors tear gas might be deployed. The National Guard have all put on gas masks at this point, moved back a little bit. They have their riot shields up. And so for right now, there is a lull in the action. The wind is blowing away from us, uphill. So if there is tear gas, hopefully it won't come in our faces. But you see a few protesters now starting to make their way toward the National Guard. Again, I did confirm it was the National Guard. Jordan Parker for Right Side Broadcasting Network here on the ground, and here they go. National Guard has put their riot shields up, unsure of what is happening next. But our cameraman is as close to the action as you can physically get right now, as we're physically allowed to be. On the ground here, Keystone, South Dakota, as these protesters have blocked the road. If you're just joining us, again, if you're just joining us, you see those 3 white vans up there sped in here a little, just under an hour ago. We pulled up as it was happening, initially thought it was security, law enforcement, but no, we heard a few loud what appeared to be explosions. They were actually the tires being popped on these vans. Of course, they deflated. Then a few of the other vans, they were jacked. Their suspension was jacked up. The tires were removed from the vans, and wheels were removed from the vans. So these vans are physically disabled. They're stationary. They cannot be moved. Being driven under their own power. They're going to have to be put on flatbeds, on tow trucks, bulldozed out of here. I'm not sure. This is the checkpoint where the attendees for tonight's event, where the president will be speaking, were getting their tickets checked to. Mount Rushmore is just over that tree line behind the vans there, just less than a mile from Mount Rushmore, about a half mile up from the town of Keystone, where we are staying. Again, very unexpected turn of events. This is not at all what we were expecting to see today. We had heard there would be protesters, but for the large majority of the day, they've remained around that corner peacefully in an area not blocking traffic. But then just about an hour ago, around 3 p.m., is when they moved in and have physically now blocked the road. The National Guard is here. A large presence of law enforcement is here as well, strategizing to see what to do next. Again, the president is scheduled to give his remarks in about 2.5 hours from now. Again, 2.5 hours from now is when the president is scheduled to begin his remarks here.
90 degrees straight sunshine.
It's also 90 degrees straight sunshine. Liz wants to let us know, but that's the some of the perks of the job. Well, I don't know if I'd call them perks. Some of the interesting elements of the job. But yes, as we continue to monitor the situation, we will bring you updates. Interesting twist to the celebrations here at Mount Rushmore. Again, the governor of South Dakota is going to be here. The president of the United States, President Trump, is going to be here. First Lady Melania Trump will also be here, as well as a smattering of other politicians and high-ranking officials, we have been told. But for right now, that is being put on pause. Attendees are not being allowed let in, as they physically cannot get in. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network, Jordan Parker here, live on the ground, Keystone, South Dakota, if you're just joining us, as the situation continues to develop. What appears to be either military or police helicopter has showed up. It's circling overhead, monitoring the situation. Traffic has been blocked in both directions. It's stopped about 300 yards down the road from behind where our camera is. Law enforcement's holding traffic there, and from there up until now is just a sea of law enforcement vehicles to where we are standing now, right in line with the National Guard, with their riot shields, helmets, gas masks, and all, next to a large amount of deputies, what appears to be sheriff's deputies here in Keystone. Again, protests had been teased for a while. There's been a lot of articles about the controversy over this event. For the majority of the day, they've remained largely peaceful. There's an area just around that corner up there. You can kind of see those white tents through the trees. That is where they've been protesting all day, peacefully, allowing traffic to go through. And then just about an hour ago is when things took a turn south. These vans sped in, blocked the road, which led to the situation we are currently in now. A while ago, about 30 minutes ago, law enforcement, kind of the front line here, was, 25 yards up from where they are now. At one point, they clashed with protesters, got right in each other's faces, but then they moved back about 50 yards to where they are right now, put on these gas masks, their riot shields. Unsure as to what they're doing now, but something is about to go down the way it's looking. Yep, gas masks continue to go on. They're swapping out their regular face mask for these gas masks, putting their helmets on, getting geared up and ready to go for what could be a situation that gets south quickly. Again, if you're joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Jordan Parker, on the ground in Keystone, South Dakota, monitoring these protests ahead of the president's scheduled remarks. Again, we're not going to speculate anything. We have heard that the wind is in our favor, I'm being told. So if any sort of irritant, any sort of chemical or irritant gas gets deployed, thankfully it's going to blow away from us, as we don't want that in our eyes. But National Guard is, again, putting on face masks, gas masks, in preparation for what I am anticipating will be the deployment of some form of tear gas or other respiratory eye irritant. This is what we've seen across the country, across the nation the past few weeks, everyone, is these violent protests. What started as peaceful demonstrations, peaceful assemblies, expressing your freedom of speech, quickly divulges, turns south, becomes violent, clashes ensue, and again, people get hurt from these. This is not something that ends well. We've seen it across the nation. In Minneapolis, buildings got burned, businesses got burned, homes got burned. Across the nation, businesses getting looted, people getting injured, people dying, getting killed at these protests when they go from a peaceful assembly and freedom of speech and divulge into violence. And that is what I'm anticipating we are about to see happen right in front of our eyes, just a mile from Mount Rushmore here in Keystone, South Dakota. If you're just joining us, I'm Jordan Parker for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for joining us. Again, we were the first ones on the scene here. We pulled up literally as this event started to unfold, as these vans showed up. Right Side was here. We saw the vans pull up. We saw the tires get slashed, heard the explosions, saw the tires get unbolted from the vehicle into the positions they are now. We've maintained live coverage ever since then. We are still the only media network, I believe, continuously live here on the scene, and we will continue to bring you live updates as long as it is safe for our crew. We're not going to risk our safety, as we still have to go back and cover the president's speech and the fireworks tonight. But as long as we are safe, we'll continue to bring you coverage of what is going on. Again, RSB Network, make sure you're following us on all of our social media platforms at RSB Network on Instagram and Twitter. Again, that's at RSB Network on Instagram and Twitter. Right Side Broadcasting Network over on Facebook, and if you're watching on YouTube as well, make sure you're subscribed, like our stream. And I know there's been a mass influx of viewers. Thanks to everyone who shared the stream, tweeted it out, shared it, posted it on Facebook, you name it. We want to thank all of you for continuing to tune in to our coverage here. Again, this is not anything of what we expected to do today. We're, planning on interviewing people, talking to attendees, asking them what 4th of July meant to them, and then showing you the president's address and the fireworks here at Mount Rushmore. But things quickly took a turn, as they do nowadays, and now you see the situation that's unfolding in front of us. Make sure you're following myself on Twitter at Jordan Parker _, and that's at Jordan Parker _ on Twitter, and you're following my colleague who's doing a great job on the ground here with me as well, Liz Willis. That's at Liz Willis _ over on Twitter too. We've been out here for probably over an hour now, watching the situation unfold. Sorry, I can't use more descriptive terms, but we are kind of a holding pattern as these National Guardsmen get geared up to engage with protesters. They're checking each other's gas masks, ensuring they're sealed so they themselves don't get injured. But yeah, the situation I anticipate is about to escalate any moment now. As I mentioned, these vans are going to have to be removed by force, whether it's by tow truck, flatbed, bulldozer, I'm not sure. But they are disabled, their tires have been slashed and or removed, and so they physically cannot be moved. You also see a few protesters there sitting on the ground, a couple of them spray painting on the pavement, it appears, and the majority of the protesters are now on the opposite side of the vans, and I think a few cleared out to the peaceful protest area when the National Guard showed up, as I'm sure many of them don't want to get gassed either. But for the other few who have remained by these vans, they continue to sit there, continue to hold their ground, and square off with the National Guard, just seen to the right of where our cameraman's position is now. But again, gas masks are on, face shields are on, riot shields are up. If I had to guess, the situation is going to escalate very quickly. Again, the wind is at our backs, the wind is going away from us, which is great, because if gas or an irritant or something along those lines is, and here we go, it appears they're about to move in. National Guard, you're seeing this live as it happens. We are on the ground, Right Side Broadcasting Network in Keystone, South Dakota, 5:41 local time. 5:41 local time, 7:41 on the East Coast. These National Guardsmen are assembling here just about a mile from Mount Rushmore, where the president is scheduled to have his remarks broadcast to a 7,500 attendees in just over 2 hours from now. But for now, the situation's been put on pause. this is what we were watching. These National Guardsmen suit up, put masks on. And yeah, our cameraman doing an excellent job up on the front lines here, getting you the best shot possible. Again, we have the best shot in media. We are the first ones here, the only ones who have been live this entire time, bringing you this coverage. We're going to stay as close as we can, which ensures our safety of law enforcement. We want to allow them to do their jobs as well without any worries of the media around or other spectators. Again, there are a handful of Trump supporters here. They've remained largely peaceful. They did exchange insults and chants a little bit earlier, although they have quieted down, remained peaceful, and have not engaged physically with the protesters, which is good. And it appears here they go. I think here the National Guardsman goes to our right. Their riot shields are up. They're masked and ready to go. And the situation could spiral out of control very quickly here. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network on the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota. Oh, and we see an armed vehicle, unsure of what it is. Could be National Guard, could be police, could be SWAT, on the opposite side of the protesters. On the other side of those white vans, probably 100 yards from where we're currently standing. But an armed vehicle has shown up on the scene here. Again, the roads are completely shut down, completely locked off. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes to go before the president's remarks are scheduled to begin. He is going to be wheels down in Rapid City in just a few minutes from now, not too long, as this chaos unfolds here in South Dakota on this day before Independence Day. We are going to be live all day tomorrow as well on July 4th, bringing you more coverage from Mount Rushmore, as well as streaming the President's Salute to America event at the White House on the South Lawn, where there will be fireworks, flyovers, and he will address the nation as well from the South Lawn tomorrow. On Independence Day itself, we will be broadcasting that live, bringing you complete coverage of that event, if it happens, and of course complete coverage of tonight's event with the president, fireworks, flyovers as well, if that still continues. I assume the president has every intention of making his remarks and addressing the crowd here that has formed, the attendees, but of course if the situation gets violent and it becomes unsafe for the president or for the attendees, I can only assume that Secret Service will at some point call it off. However, that call has not been made as of yet. Sorry, cell service is also spotty up here. We are literally in the middle of the Black Hills in South Dakota. The president was wheels up from Joint Base Andrews a little over 2 hours ago, I believe. About 2 hours ago, the president was wheels up from Joint Base Andrews. I've been told it is a 3-hour and 25-minute flight to Rapid City, where he will then get on Marine One and the procession of helicopters and make his way here to Mount Rushmore again. So that's about an hour, a little over an hour, until the president is wheels down here in South Dakota. But until then, for the next hour, we're going to bring you coverage as long as our equipment allows, as long as our safety is maintained, and as long as the situation continues. We'll be here monitoring, here streaming, here showing you things as they happen live, on air, uninterrupted, uncut. We're not going to commercial break, don't worry. But yes, Keystone, South Dakota, Right Side Broadcasting Network, Jordan Parker here on the ground, covering these protesters that have now physically blocked the road, physically blocked the entrance to Mount Rushmore and the park that is up there. National Guard are in riot shields. They are in gas masks. Up to just to the right of the cameraman, we anticipate that gas may be deployed or some sort of irritant. And okay, here comes tow trucks. As I mentioned, tow trucks or flatbeds are going to be needed to move these vans, as they've been disabled. Their tires have been slashed or taken off, and that is what we see now. 2 or 3 flatbeds are making their way up here to load up these vans, to haul them out and reopen the road as soon as possible. We're going to move off to the side now, let these flatbeds make their way up here. So again, I said they're going to have to be physically removed from the situation, and that is what is about to take place. I have a feeling these flatbed drivers, this is not what they anticipated when they came into work today. Don't think they were guessing they were going to be towing protesters' vans, blocking off the road just a mile from Mount Rushmore. But nonetheless, here they are, ready to go, ready to open up this road back up, so this event can continue. Earlier, the police issued a few announcements to the protesters saying this was an unlawful assembly. They needed to move or be arrested. After police and National Guard clashed with the protesters, 2 were arrested. A African-American male and a Caucasian female were detained and walked out. I haven't seen anyone else be detained as of yet, although there could very well be people detained on the other side. The wind is still at our backs, blowing upwind from us. So if there is irritants or gas deployed, hopefully they will not hit us. But again, we're going to stay here as long as safety allows, as long as law enforcement allows, bringing you this coverage live from South Dakota. Here's National Guard may be about ready to move. They got riot shields. They're spreading out along this line right next to where our cameraman is. They're in gas masks. Some of them have batons with them, making sure they're sealed up, ready to go. And they're able to do their job safely as well and don't get harmed. A few of them are putting their gas masks away, so they may not be deploying tear gas anymore, but of course we're watching this live right along with you. What you're seeing is what we are seeing in real time, so I have no further updates for you other than what you are seeing right now on your screen. One vehicle of protesters is leaving.
I don't know why we can't do it. They can. I think we all give them a finger of one. Hey, I think that's
it. All is quiet here. No shouts, no protests. It is silent, except for the few spectators meandering around, observing what's going on. As National Guard and law enforcement kind of calculate their next move.
Park down more. Okay. You tell it.
Again, protesters lining up here, Keystone, South Dakota, Right Side Broadcast Network. I'm Jordan Parker on the ground reporting live on these protests that are happening before our very eyes. Right Side was the first and only media company that has been here since the beginning. We literally pulled up as were slashed, tires removed, and they've been broadcasting the events live ever since that began. It's about an hour into this event. The National Guard's now here, sheriffs are here, sheriff's deputies are here. And this road continues to be blocked just over 2 hours from the president's slated remarks time. National Guard has changed in and out of gas masks a few times. They have their riot shield. It's unclear as to what their next move is, but of course, as soon as we see it, we'll be sure to let you know. And what you are seeing on camera right now is live here in Keystone, South Dakota. It is 5:50 local time, 7:50 on the East Coast. And it looks like National Guard, again, we've had a few times where we think they're making an advance and they hold off for a second. But it looks like this may be the time when they push.
If you are just tuning in, I'm Joe Seals here at the RSPN studio. We're looking live outside of Mount Rushmore as protesters have blocked the entrance to President Trump's event
speaking to them
tonight.
Just off
back
camera
to Jordan.
Now, they're telling us a lot of unknowns here. They're watching the situation unfold just as you are on camera. You have a front row seat to this protest. Unsure as what is about to happen. They're doing a great job of keeping us safe, keeping us back, making sure we're protected, they're protected, so they can protect everyone watching, make sure safety is of the utmost importance. But again, the situation continues to evolve here. Got about an hour ongoing. This road has been shut down. Attendees are being barred from entering the event. 7,500 people were ticketed out of 125,000 ticket requests. Where those vans are is right about where the ticket checkpoint was to make their way up to the venue where the fireworks, the president's remarks will take place. In the car.
Can you get it for him? I'll hold down the board.
Yeah, I'm going to pass it off to Liz Willis. We're going to make sure our cameraman, he's up on the front lines, make sure he's safe, hydrated. We're going to grab him some water. Liz, take it away.
Hey. Okay, thanks everyone again. Again, we are taking care of the cameraman right now. He's on the front lines. We are a good distance back. He's thirsty as he should be. He's been standing in the straight sun capturing this we're going on 2 hours now, roughly. So it's a lot of mask on, mask off when it comes to the National Guard. I don't think anybody wants a physical confrontation. There have been ample opportunity for the protesters to disperse. They clearly have no intention of doing so. Sheriff Department has done a great job just keeping everyone separated. And I would say National Guard has done a good job as well to just be patient and wait until absolutely necessary to attempt at clearing the road so the 4th of July festivities here at Mount Rushmore can go on as planned. I do see a few eye masks going back on, different Guard members. Again, I don't know the heat index, it's 90 degrees right now, straight sunshine. High altitude. It is a hot day, so I can't imagine being in the full riot gear masks that they have on.
Yeah, so I'm like, what exactly should I follow up with? So I know that.
Again, we're Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're here to bring you.
Somebody's already inside. So we're really close. But,
all things President Trump. So thank you for tuning in. And we are here. There is a clash between protesters right now who have blocked the road. We are waiting to see if the road will clear. There is a lot of traffic for those who were planning to attend the 4th of July celebration at Mount Rushmore, where President Trump is scheduled to speak at 8 p.m. Melania Trump will also be with him. So it should be an exciting day. Hopefully everything clears out as peaceful as possible. Almost 6 o'clock here in Keystone, South Dakota. Some tow trucks have arrived on the scene, hopefully to remove these vehicles. We're hearing loud chants from the other side. It's hard to see exactly what's going on over there. The 3 large white vans block the view. But again, on our side of the things, we are actually downhill. It was already open, but I water filled some.
Okay, this is the only one I can give the gate.
Yeah. Sorry, you guys. We're totally live, and we have 1 water bottle. So that's what that conversation was. Carrie, do you want to introduce yourself a little bit more? For those of you who are wondering, actually got a lot of tweets about when you spoke.
Yeah.
So they were wondering who that guy was.
Yeah.
So if you want to reintroduce yourself,
sure.
And why you know so much about military lingo.
I'm Kerry Smith. I'm a former Marine Corps aircraft mechanic, and so I can kind of speak to at least some of the maneuvers that they're doing. At least I can kind of decipher it for you guys. I was not in National Guard or law enforcement, so there's a lot of gap there that I'm sure a lot of you guys that are in that can fill in for yourselves. But there's a process going on. I got done talking to one of the sheriffs that are doing the security on my half of the street, and he informed us that we're just going through the process. This process is something that's always in flux because of the drama that's happening in our nation right now. And so right now, what they have been doing from the very start of this protest has been by the book, and they're just going through the process. Right now, you see the National Guard coming back across the street again, forming a line. Not sure if they're going to escalate this, but at some point this road has to be cleared. Whatever it is that they are going to do to clear it, they have to do, because this is the main artery. And if I don't know if you had gotten a chance to see behind the line, but there are some emergency response. We have some Hummers, the military emergency response, a bunch of sheriff vehicles, and we have 2 wreckers coming up the street. They're just civilian wreckers. They're going to move, presumably going to remove these vehicles that have been disabled across the roadway here. But of course, since they are just civilian wreckers, they're going to have to be kept safe before they go up there and do that. And in order to do that, we're going to have to remove some of these protesters who may possibly want to escalate if we try to clear this. So right now you see the National Guard is going forward. We're being told right now to stay back for your safety, and you can imagine why. There's going to be a physical confrontation here for sure. I doubt that they're going to back off much. And hopefully for our sake, they don't have to deploy tear gas. You can imagine what that's going to mean for us, because it does get everywhere. We are kind of in a confined area here with hills on both sides, so we will get it if that happens. But right now, no tear gas being deployed yet, and they are making their way up the street, as you can see. And they have stopped probably about 30 feet short of the blockade of vans. We will see what happens here. We hope that this does end peacefully. I hope that they can feel that their voice has been heard and they can go home and let us through, let the people that are wanting to see the festival. It's my understanding, I haven't gotten this confirmed yet, but this is also the main throughway for the VIPs who will go to the actual Trump event. In that case, it's going to have to be cleared. There's no doubt about that. You can see they've slowed up, but they're still advancing. They're getting very close at this point. And there's been contact. Contact has occurred. You can hear the protesters slamming up against the clear plastic shield. What we saw earlier when they actually did this earlier, and when they did this, you could see right now they're arresting somebody. So what will happen is they'll make contact, and a person may fall through or be pulled through to be arrested. And I'm assuming that they're picking the most violent ones to be pulled through to be arrested. It's kind of a divide and conquer technique that we're seeing here. And it is a slow process because I can't get a read on how many people are behind those vans. But at this rate, it would be pretty slow. But hopefully at some point, it's the safest way to get this done, because you don't want anybody seriously injured. One at a time like this, probably the least amount of injuries, especially to the law enforcement that has to perform this task. And you can see definitely some scuffling up front as they do this. They're very close to the vehicles right now. They're going to have to get past those vehicles in order to bring the wreckers in to get them out of here. And somebody has climbed up on top of the vehicle. And they are stopped just short of the blockade of vans. You'll see coming down the street towards us right now is somebody that they detain. They have the zip tie handcuffs on them and walking them back. At this point, this is Kerry Smith. I'm going to sign it off to Jordan as they continue to clash on the front lines.
Kerry, I think you're the best new addition to the right side team. Park on the right side broadcast. Keystone South.
Joe Seals back here at the LSPN studio. We are awaiting a little bit better audio. Our reporters are inside the car for their own safety, as our cameraman is now closer to the action there. So with our wireless microphone, the range, we're trying to work that out now as we speak. I think we got them back now. Stand by.
Local time right now, 6 p.m. local time. Platforms. Make sure you're following us on Twitter and Instagram at RSB Network. Again, that's Twitter and Instagram at RSB Network. Make sure you're following us. My Twitter is at Jordan Parker_. Again, that's at Jordan Parker_. Also doing of sorts. Again, National Guard pushing their way now. They have reached the vans. Got to breach past those, push the back so the wreckers can move in and remove the blockade from the road. Again, around the van right now, you're just joining us. The tires have either been slashed or removed from the vans themselves, making them unable to drive out on their own four wheels, which is why wreckers are staged just behind our location now in anticipation of removing those. Again, a few hours ago, we said we were going to bring you guys and boy, I think we came through with that promise, because what we found is the situation you're seeing now. To get the vehicles won't be hit with projectiles.
Okay, we're back here at the studio. We're working on getting Jordan Parker back, who's been doing such a great job there for us on the scene, along with Liz Willis. We're looking now at the police who have pushed back the protesters now, and so far it has remained peaceful. No tear gas or anything like that has been deployed. We're working on getting Jordan back online. He should be here in just a second. As a reminder, RSBN has been here all day. We will continue to bring you live coverage all day of this event from Mount Rushmore. The protesters rushed in and right in front of our vehicle as we were trying to get through security, and blocked off the entire road leading into the Mount Rushmore, where the event tonight will take place. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 10:10 p.m. Eastern time. And so now we're going to go back live to Jordan. I think we've got audio.
Alright, well, let me change the mic back over.
Continues to move in. Wreckers have arrived to physically tow these vans out of here. And it smells like marijuana. And Trump supporters and protesters are now engaging in dialogue. It's remaining peaceful. Tones are raised, but there's not any physical altercation as of yet. Other than that, it's very, very quiet here. The scene is quiet. Not a lot of chanting, not a lot of yelling. It remains mostly quiet. Off to my left, there are a large group of armed groups as well. Better on. Tell me if you can't hear me. We're back here in Keystone, South Dakota, live on the ground. Jordan Parker for Right Side Broadcasting Network. We just did a quick battery swap to make sure that our mic can continue to broadcast here. So we're on the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota, where these protesters are now finally being broken up. The wreckers are moving in. The wreckers are on the way. They have cleared the area where the vans are that, again, were disabled. Their tires were either removed or slashed. Awesome job to our cameraman, Gage Fuller, who is in the action up there with the protesters. The wreckers have arrived to move these vans, to reopen up the roads. National Guard, police working hand in hand to disband these protesters and reopen the road, reopen the road up to Mount Rushmore. There's some very heated people here, some very emotional, some very intense people screaming, shouting. There's some people saging us, it appears, getting a large whiff of sage or something else, don't really know. But yes, they're saging the protesters, they're saging the observers, saging the police. And right now, if we can get a shot of it, the wreckers are about to clear out these vans. They're lowering the beds. I don't think this is what these tow truck drivers had in mind today when they came to work, but nonetheless, this is what we're doing.
How much did the world pay for today?
Trump supporters exchanging words with indigenous protesters here, those protesting the sacred land. On the ground, mix of protesters. There's all races, genders here. Large group of people. At one point, there's probably 200. A large majority of them have seemed to have left and departed. We're unsure where they went, but I have to assume that the majority of them didn't want to get caught up in any violence or get injured. But there's a few dozen still down here, holding their ground, trying to do what they can to hold their ground here. Again, these wreckers are now moving out these vans. Law enforcement are attempting to jack them up, try and put the wheels back on so they can drag these things out of here, reopen up the road in anticipation of the president's arrival. Again, this is quite an interesting situation. We were on the ground here about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago when this first unfolded. We've been on the ground live broadcasting ever since. Everything you have seen is what we're seeing in real time. It's now 6:10 on the ground here, 8:10 on the East Coast. The president slated to begin his remarks in less than 2 hours as this protest continues to unfold, although law enforcement and National Guard has now moved in. The wreckers are now starting the process of removing these vans so they can open up the roads and allow the rest of the attendees back in. Camera engaged, doing an awesome job. Also, my fellow correspondent Liz Willis on the ground here as well. I'm Jordan Parker for Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're just tuning in, thank you so much for joining us. Again, this protest happening just about a mile from Mount Rushmore near Keystone, South Dakota, just before the president is going to deliver remarks at a 4th of July celebration and fireworks here at the base of the mountain. Again, things remaining largely peaceful. The crowd is very quiet, not much yelling or chanting going on, but just a lot of observing, a lot of silent protest. of the situation here in Keystone. Kerry, you want to provide our viewers a little more insight as to what you're seeing?
Yeah, you have the camera on the one side. On the other side of these vehicles that were used to barricade the road, they do have the wreckers on the ground now. They're releasing the chains, and they are about to hook these disabled vehicles up. And when I mean disabled, they completely removed the wheels on the back, or one wheel at least, and dropped the entire brake rotor on the pavement. So this thing isn't designed to be able to be moved easily, but they're going to drag this thing right up onto the wrecker, it looks like, and then get these out of the way so that the rest of the vehicles that need to come through here can get through here. You've probably seen it better on your video, but from where I'm standing, it seems like the number of protesters has reduced from what we saw earlier, which is a good sign, something we can finally de-escalate this thing peacefully and move on with the festivities tonight. So as they're dragging this vehicle into the wrecker, you can see the brake rotor is just digging into the pavement. So they actually dropped the vehicle. They jacked it up. They had an impact wrench on them. And they removed the whole entire wheel so that they couldn't move this. Obviously, they're going to be able to drag it up. It's just going to put a gouge in the pavement. And hopefully we can finally get this out of here. I'm glad to see that the protesters have remain pretty peaceful at this point. I mean, they're obviously blocking the road, which is not good, something we don't want to see, so that people can't exercise their right to peaceably assemble in the festivities this evening. But other than that, it seems like after that contact with the National Guard and getting past these disabled vehicles, everybody's calmed down. I'm very glad to see that they didn't have to deploy any kind of chemical, CS gas or anything like that, because that would have been bad for everybody, including the innocent bystanders. And here they go up. They're dragging the jack. So they left the jack underneath the truck, but they took the bar. So the sheriff actually initially tried to see if they could jack it up and reattach the wheel, but they took the jack bar with them, so that the protesters did, the ones that removed the wheel, so they couldn't just jack this thing back up and reassemble it. And everybody is just holding fast right now, which is good. They're allowing them to put these vehicles back up onto the wrecker, which is going to clear this blockade and presumably allow vehicles through. But we still have the protesters still. We will see where they go from here. The entire width of this protest appears to be less than 100 yards, maybe 100 feet more like. And I see National Guard forming lines on both sides with the protesters in the middle. And they're actually, there's quite a bit of distance between them. So just estimating the total numbers, you're probably looking at maybe 100 to 200 at best. So earlier I was worried it was much, much more, which of course this thing could go on for many hours just trying to dissipate that crowd. So it is very good news for that. It looks like we are going to get these festivities going. So right now we have some sheriffs getting ready to remove the protesters, and I see it looks like some possible crowd disbursement weapons, either beanbags or the rubber bullets. So we do have at least one sheriff holding on to a shotgun here, which would probably be either beanbag or rubber bullet. We certainly hope that doesn't have to be deployed. But we will definitely report on whatever happens at this point. And they're still standing across the road, but we are able to get rid of these vehicles. They're holding up some sort of a banner or a tarp or something about 6 feet behind the police line. and they still have some signs being held up with. One of them is Black Lives Matter. Earlier, I was talking to a man who said he is a Native American. He seemed to be more on the fence when it comes to which side of the protest that he would be on. But he pointed out that he believes that some of these other protesters who are protesting for different reasons may actually just be escalating this for their own purposes. So he pointed out that some of the people that were arrested who made contact with the National Guard were not Native, which is kind of interesting. It seems like you may have certain people that may be escalating while other people are peacefully protesting. And we've seen that in cities across the nation. Protesters who may want to be peaceful. There are peaceful protesters in there, and then you have others in there who we don't know what they're doing, but they certainly seem to be escalating, and it almost seems to be intentional. That was the sentiment that I was hearing from some of the bystanders as we watched this unfold. Now I'm going to hand this back off to Jordan. Kerry Smith for Right Side Broadcasting.
Thanks so much, Kerry. We actually just met Kerry this morning out of coincidence. Of course, none of us were anticipating any of this happening, but Kerry has just been a fantastic and much welcome addition to this team, especially since this is a lot to handle for just our small crew we have here. Jordan Parker on the ground for Right Side Broadcasting Network here in Keystone, South Dakota. As you can see to the right, this van is getting loaded up onto this wrecker, this flatbed here. The back right tire is gone, so it's just being drug up there as best it can. While these few dozen protesters remain face to face with the National Guard, with armed police, Sheriff's Department, you name it. Law enforcement is here on the ground here in Keystone, South Dakota. Again, this is just about a mile from Mount Rushmore, where the president is going to be speaking in less than 2 hours. So a very dramatic, chaotic situation here ahead of his arrival. Continuing to bring you updates for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Make sure you're tuned in with all of our social medias at RSB Network on Twitter and Facebook. Twitter and Instagram at RSB Network, Right Side Broadcasting Network on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, following us there for a variety of updates. I'm on Twitter at Jordan Parker _ again at Jordan Parker _ on Twitter. Kerry Smith is on Twitter at Smith Radio, SMYTH Radio. Make sure to follow him for continuing updates as well. Again, none of us expected the situation. Secret Service. Somebody with the White House or Secret Service is now on the scene. They are in plain clothes, but they are now here evaluating the situation as well. Obviously, they are here because the president is going to be here. So they are working in tandem with the National Guard, working in tandem with the Sheriff's Department, the police, armed police as well. There are some with long guns off to our left here, but you can also shout out to our cameraman Gate, who continues to do an incredible job bringing you the closest footage possible. We're the only network here continuously live. We've been live since this event started. We're continuing to go live, completely uninterrupted, no commercial breaks. What you are seeing live right now is exactly what's happening in real time. It is 6:19 on the ground. 6:19 on the ground as well. Local time 8:19. 8:19 Eastern time. Sorry, been a long day here. Lots going on. Didn't expect any of this, but here we are. For right now, I'm just going to give you a live look at what's going on. You're looking live at these protesters. Keystone, South Dakota. I'm Jordan Parker with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to continue to show you the scenes, broadcast them live. We'll be right back with commentating in just a moment.
This land. Who signs up for the military? It's not Trump. It's not Pence. In fact, they make fun of John McCain.
All right, Joe Seals back here at the Right Side Studio in Auburn, Alabama. Our correspondents on the ground doing a great job putting this together today. Totally unexpected. We are here to cover President Trump's event tonight at Mount Rushmore, the fireworks celebration and remarks, which are scheduled to take place here in another hour and a half or so. We are still planning on covering that. We will cover that. But right now we're focused on these protesters who have been blocking the entrance to Mount Rushmore. So we're going to continue to stay with this footage. We have our camera there ready for the fireworks. We are ready to go inside. So we'll continue to keep you updated, but you don't have to go anywhere. You can see everything right here on this stream tonight, the president's remarks and the fireworks coming up here on RSBN. And now let's take it back to Jordan, Liz, and Carrie, who is doing an amazing job there in South Dakota.
But he's trying to goad us into a conflict that we don't need to have as a country. We need to forgive each other, but that starts with you forgiving yourselves. We've always wanted to welcome you in peace and open arms. And you can see our young people singing you songs today, telling you to walk in honor. We know why you signed up, because you have that fortitude, you have that bravery. But when we were forced to question the allegiance of our commander, we have many, many veterans, as do you. Our brothers and sisters who served this country, who died for this country. We have to stand together. We have real enemies out there, foreign enemies. Putin is our enemy, ladies and gentlemen. We have to continue to stand together. Thank you for giving us a little bit of time today. We can learn from each other, but we have to forgive. We have to show compassion. We don't want politicians running our country into the ground either. We don't want people infringing on state rights. We don't want people infringing on constitutional rights. We support our Second Amendment too. We support the right to free speech. We just ask for a little bit of time, a little bit of patience.
And hopefully we can get a third one in here. I'm not sure if they're going to bring a third one in or if they're going to make another trip. But just to clear this up and and make sure that the road is clear so that the vehicles can pass and that ticket holders can get to the event. I think that's the main thing that people are wondering about, is whether or not people that are ticket holders, I've been hearing it in the crowd, a lot of people saying, hey, I'm a ticket holder, can I get through? And they have not, obviously, at all. They've been totally blocked off. That being said, we need to see if they're going to be able to get the protesters off the road. They're still behind the barricade that that's being removed at this point, and there's no word as to how they're going to do that, how firm they are going to stand on the street before, and how much force it will take. Hopefully not much. I hope that they peacefully feel that their voices have been heard so that they can disperse and allow the festivities to continue. And right now, as we speak, the police officers and the sheriff and the National Guard have all mixed into a line here that is just standing fast, facing off with the protesters about 5 or 6 feet apart. And no word as to what the strategy is going to be to de-escalate this. And we just hope that it's peaceful. I can't see where our cameraman is, so I'm not sure what your vantage point is at this point. But you could probably see the gap between the protesters and the sheriffs. Oh, I see your cameraman now. He's right in the middle. So you guys have the front row seat. RSBN was right on the very front of the line when this whole protest popped off. It just happened right in front of us. We went from a police checkpoint with an open road to completely barricaded and everybody assembling across the road within seconds right in front of us. We were the very front car when it all happened. We happened to be going live at that time. If you get a chance to rewatch this broadcast, you will be able to see this all unfold real time. So it'll be interesting. It'll be a very interesting piece of history, this video. You're watching it unfold right now, and we're just standing by hoping that it ends peacefully. One thing I can tell you just by looking across some of the signs that they're holding up, earlier it seemed like there was more of a mix of agitators that were maybe not a part of these particular protesters. They may have been with Black Lives Matters or Antifa. These protesters are clearly advocating for Native American causes. They're talking about, one sign says no freedom. Nope, there's a fight breaking out right in front of me, and somebody got tackled by National Guard. A lot of people are screaming in front of me, but okay, they found the perpetrator. They found the perpetrator, and they're arresting her now. Okay, a couple of people disagreeing right here. The National Guard definitely stopped this right in its tracks. They tackled the woman who started this. They tackled the person who was the perpetrator. A lot of people were pointing their fingers at the person who they say started this, so they went ahead and arrested her immediately. There was another gentleman who looked like they were about to arrest, but they let him go. It looked like he was just trying to break the whole thing up. And I see a second person arrested. Okay, so there's a man who we saw earlier supporting Trump, and then a woman who actually earlier we saw supporting the protest, but actually I've been told by some of the Native Americans here that she is not a member of their protest. So an agitator here and a Trump supporter that we saw earlier. If you saw earlier in our broadcast, there was a gentleman that was running after somebody who was actually arrested and waving a sign at them. That's the person that's being arrested right now. But also a woman who was with the protest. So there's. So, who saw it? What did you see?
That girl went up to him, took the sign down, ripped it down, threw water in his face, pushed him, and then hit him in the face. He never touched her.
Okay, so the gentleman, the Trump supporter with the sign, he's the one that you saw on our broadcast earlier, had his sign ripped from him and then water splashed in his face.
On him, and then she pushed him, and then she punched him in the face. I watched the whole thing.
Okay, so that you heard it from an eyewitness there. What happened here? And I saw the woman get thrown to the ground.
He got thrown down to the ground first because they thought that the man instigated with her, but it was the woman.
I see that.
The guy went up to her, and he had a sign. She didn't like it, so she pulled it down. The other one came in. They shoved him. Then the National Guard took him down. Yeah. And then the girl was still trying to either kick him or continue. And we got upset that they took down a guy who got pushed. So then the military took the girl down as well.
Yeah. Okay.
He didn't assault her.
Okay. She assaulted him.
She pushed me first.
Oh, you were involved?
Yeah, she pushed me. And then I kind of just I didn't react. And then he kind of stepped in front with the sign. And then one girl ripped the sign down, and the other one kind of hit him in right here. And then he tripped backwards and then the military tackled him.
Okay. Yeah, I as soon as I looked over, I saw the woman getting tackled. I didn't even see him in the grass. So
She was trying to
gotcha.
After she hit him, she was trying to sneak out, and then they grabbed her.
Okay, so you guys heard it from eyewitnesses that saw it from the beginning. It seems like there's definitely some people in this crowd who are trying to instigate violence and escalate things. We have people getting in each other's faces. Now we have a police line that they're putting up through the woods here, and that is because we had a little scuffle here. Probably some people will be taken in and possibly charged.
I think that there's some natives that are trying to prove a point, and they're very passionate. Yeah. But there's at least 10 of them they look like they're hired. They have a different objective. And 2 of them got arrested already, and there's about 4 or 5 of them that when they were moving the vans and when they took out that barricade, they wanted to cause a commotion, but peacefully the natives moved back. But there was about 5 or 6 of them that wanted chaos. And the natives were, no, let's back out. And they took the vans, and now they're not feeling protected. So
yeah, and I'll tell you what, that is the sentiment that I've seen, and a bunch of other witnesses throughout this protest from the beginning have repeated those same observations, which is very critical.
I think they already told them they're going to let them go back there.
They're going to let them go back there?
They're reasonable with them.
Okay, I'm going to go check this out. I'm going to walk around the other side of this vehicle. Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, okay.
Are you still alive? I'm still alive.
All right, we're still alive. We now have a police line here across the whole road. So. We have people chanting, "Let him go." Did not see where the woman went that was arrested, but she was brought out first for sure. And you heard from the eyewitnesses what they saw, and we have seen that same thing play out here for the past couple of hours. It definitely seems like there are some faction of.
So we got to go.
Oh, okay. We got to go now.
Yeah, we're taking off.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hand this over to Jordan for a sign-off.
Let me know when you're ready. Jordan Parker again for Right Side Broadcasting Network here on the ground in Keystone, South Dakota, where the protests, the situation is slowly starting to wrap up behind me. As you saw just a moment ago, the 3 vans blocking the road here have now been loaded, are being cleared. The National Guard is still holding the front line up there across from the protesters. A few dozen protesters remain. A few more have moved in once the vans have gone, but it appears that these law enforcement officials and the various agencies with them will be moving them out as fast as they can to open up the road and allow the remaining attendees in. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I just ran up this hill. As you may have seen, Air Force One just flew over. The president is just moments away from touching down here in Rapid City. He's going to touch down in Rapid City and then take Marine One over here to the Mount Rushmore landing zone. But the president did 2 flyovers of the situation in addition to Mount Rushmore, which is just about a mile behind me on the other side of that tree line there. I want to thank you so much for tuning in. Obviously, this is not the coverage we expected today, but nonetheless, it's what happened and what we divulged into or descended into. So behind us, protesters, we're going to sign off for now. We're going to be back on the air with you a little bit later with continuing coverage again for Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Jordan Parker. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right, Joe Seals here at the RSBN studio. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover the events at Mount Rushmore. We are now going to make our way inside. We have cameras set up everywhere across the we have another camera set up. Miles, if you can go to that. Yeah, I guess you can't right now, but we will be bringing you the entire program, the remarks from the
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting MOXNews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. MOXNews.com.